Good morning to one and all present here. It is my absolute pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests, our Director Sir, Dr. Ramesh Konda Sir, our Um, Dr. Vijayalakshmi Iyer ma'am, our HOD ma'am, Dr. G. Karthik sir, our program director and studio in charge, faculty members and all the students present here. This is a very auspicious day today. We welcome you all to our workshop titled Inner City Regeneration. It is an exhibition of our studio work so far. As the first batch of MUD, we have paneled our works. You can go through it. And first of all, I would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Shirodkar sir, to the dais. Dr. G. Karthik sir, our studio coordinator. Uh, Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, our director sir, Dr. Ramesh sir, to the dais, please. Okay. I'd also like to invite Dr. Ayan sir. In keeping with our legacy, we would like to kickstart this workshop with melodious tunes from our batchmate. I would like to invite Nishchita and Aisha for a Vandana. Please, Aisha.
मूगं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम् अखण्डमण्डलाकारम् व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः.
Thank you for this beautiful Vandana. Now I would like to request Dr. G. Karthik sir to the mic to formally commence the workshop.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest of the session, Professor Abhijit Shirodkar, respected Director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, Registrar Sri K.V. Mohamashwar Rao, Head Department of Architecture, Professor Dr. Vijayalakshmi Iyer, respected speakers, Professor K.T. Ravindran, Professor Ainsley Lewis, Professor Manu Mahajan, Srimati Uma Adusumilli, Professor Sanjay Torvi, Architect Rahul Paul, all deans and HODs, faculty, staff, and my dear students. We are honored to have the presence of all you intellectuals from these different allied streams. In fact, the seed of the thought for the workshop was sown by our own director, Professor Dr. S. Ramesh. Thank you, sir. Today, on behalf of the Department of Architecture, I welcome you all for the Urban Design Workshop on Inner City Regeneration. Cities are dynamic and complex. Indian cities are facing unprecedented challenges due to urbanization and migration. Spatial configuration of cities is influenced by socio-cultural factors, climate, ecology, and various other factors. Currently, cities are transforming due to new growth trends, political interventions, economic activities, and people's aspiration. In this context, it is essential for us to explore the spatial configuration of the urban environment and its transformation. At School of Planning and Architecture Vijayawada and as part of the Master of Urban Design program, we are analyzing this transformation of inner cities and establishing the need for intervention and regeneration of inner core of cities. The selected metropolis for exploration is Vishakhapatnam, which is also known for its natural beauty, cultural heritage, and thriving economic activities. The core city has grown over the years with several layers of history and economic activities, influencing its built form and unbuilt character. Earlier a fisherman's village, the core city is now entangled between the port activities in the present day's context and the glories of the past. SPAV Urban Design Studio intends to understand the developmental challenges and concerns. And I'm sure that this workshop shall bring a wider perspective for understanding and intervening in the core city area through expert talks and panel discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ramesh Trikonda, sir, our director, to formally welcome our chief guest.
Good morning and welcome to all who are gathered here today, this urban design workshop. I especially welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Abhijit Suratkar, Dean School of Planning and Architecture, Preston University, Hyderabad. My respected teacher, distinguished teacher, Professor K.T. Ravindran, former chairperson, Urban Arts Commission, former Dean School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. Respected architect Ansel Lewis, architect and urban planner, and respected architect Manu Mahajan, associate professor of urban design at the Department of Urban Design, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Dr. G. Karthik and Srimati Uma Adsumalli, former chief town planner, MMRDA. My friend, architect Sanjay Torvi, urban designer and conservation architect, and respected architect Rahul Paul, landscape urbanist, senior associate at Integrated Design, landscape architect from Bangalore, and all invitees, HODs, deans, faculty, and students, and all. I extend my warm welcome to this workshop of urban design, that to inner city regeneration. I have seen the work, what has been done there at your urban design studio. It was an excellent job what has been dealt at urban design, especially taking a case study of Vishakhapatnam. We know it has got a lot of complexities. As you know very well, it is the urban design point of view say cities are dynamic and it's very difficult to address, and it has to be addressed and to give the livability to every city. And ecology, urban ecology is entirely different. That too, especially when you talk about the core city. It has to be seen how we can able to work out and bring livable conditions and make the city to function effectively to meet the requirements of the citizens. It has got very complex in nature. One way we have to see like how the master plans have been prepared, how these plans are going to be get translated into the project schemes and to even achieve the thought process of the urban design, specifically to different areas where it is in a position to give a life to the city. Maybe parks, maybe connectivity, maybe urban squares and commercial hubs, and then more changes. And every activity in the city, it has to be detailed out in such a way that where you can able to bring livable and more workable conditions to the city. It is not so easy at all. Plan says something, and then how it has to be transferred and bring that kind of a thought process what we have in our mind to make the cities livable. I hope, I am confident this workshop is going to give and improve our knowledge levels by the end of this day. And I wish you all the best. Hope this is one what I wanted to say. Every faculty and every student is going to participate fully and ask questions and understand what exactly the thought process given by the speakers and as well as the eminent panelists. I wish you all the best. Welcome to all once again. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I would take this opportunity to invite Ishita Gupta from our batchmate, the co-editor of our newsletter, and Dr. G. Karthik, sir, to inaugurate the release of our newsletter.
I would request Chief Guest Professor Abhijit Shirodkar sir and our Director Professor Dr. S. Ramesh to release the newsletter of Master of Urban Design program.
It's very grateful to see the release of our new newsletter of Master of Urban Design. Moving on to our next speaker, our Associate Professor of Planning, the Dean Academic, who has completed his Masters in B Plan at SPA Delhi and further pursued his Masters at PhD at Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Please welcome Dr. Ayan K. Taraftar.
So, very good morning to all of you. I would like to once again extend my warm welcome to the dignitaries, particularly Dr. Abhijit Shirodkar from Woxen University, Professor K.T. Ravindran, who would join us remotely, the former chairperson of DUAC, Delhi Urban Arts Commission, and former dean of SPA Delhi, Professor Ansley amongst us, Dean of Cravia, Mumbai. We also have the Chief Town Planner, former Chief Town Planner of Mumbai, Ms. Uma Udusmilli. We have Professor Sanjay Torvi, another principal of an architecture college. We have Rahul Jain, we have Professor Manu, and we have Dr. Karthik, who will be speaking throughout and throwing their thoughts to all of us, enlightening us throughout the day. So I'll take this opportunity to very quickly very briefly tell about my thoughts when I went through the title, Urban Designed Workshop title, Inner City Regeneration. I myself grew up very close to an inner city part of a very dense metropolitan Kolkata. And the thoughts which come to my mind are, firstly, inner cities come with heritage, an element of heritage, cultural heritage. For many people, those are areas which have nice, sometimes nice architecture, or even the streetscape, or just historical significance. And they serve as public spaces. Even if they are not nice, people go there to meet and to spend time, just because it has significance culturally. And generally, these areas, in terms of planning, has high market value. Most inner cities have and the pressure from real estate market value eventually leads to transformation. And The last thing which comes to my mind is that these areas also are going through a lot of transformation, and in many cities they are facing deterioration slowly. So there is definitely a need to think about these areas, and this workshop I feel is very timely as well as very relevant for urban designers, architects, planners, and I wish this workshop very much success. And all the thoughts which will come out throughout the day from these eminent people who will speak will definitely be helpful to all the students sitting here, and I believe will trigger some thoughts so that you can use it in your learning process as well as in your professions in the long run. So with that, I thank once again and wish this workshop to be a success. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts. Now, moving on to introduce our esteemed chief guest of the day. He completed his bachelor's at Sir J.J. College of Architecture, proceeded to do his master's degree at IIT Roorkee, and passed it with a gold. Further, with a new interest, he went to chase his dream and completed his bachelor's and PG diploma in consumer laws at RTM University, securing the first class with honors. He did this all before myself and my batchmates landed on Earth. He is the Dean of School of Planning and Architecture, Woxin University, who actively engages with the students and sculpts them into the architects of the future. Here to discuss his learnings and journey throughout the way, let's applaud and welcome our chief guest, Professor Abhijit Shidokar.
Just making space so that I'm going to spend the next 45 minutes out here. That is the time that is normally given for a lecture. Karthik told me that I have only 15 minutes. Good morning to all those in the hall, all those on the dais, all those in the hall forcefully or not, whatever, who have been asked to be here. Good morning anyway. Will you please switch off all your mobiles? Let's learn to live with technology. In my class, if the mobile rings for the first time, it is the students. If it rings for the second time, it is mine. We'll apply the same rule here. Thank you so much. I mean, it's been such a warm morning. I've almost started to feel hot. I've been warmly welcomed for so many times now. It's actually getting hot. After having a bad night in the train, I thought I would write my speech in the train itself, but the train was jerking so much. When I started to write, the line went off. The line went. And so finally, I ended up with spoiling about 4 or 5 different sheets. I even wrote on the laundry, on the linen bag that was there. Finally, I had to tear it up. So to start with, all the posters mention me as, they're giving me 2 designations out there, a professor and a doctor. Unfortunately, I'm not a doctor at all. And I'm, as I told Karthik, with no bad feelings to anyone else, not to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm fortunate enough not to be called a doctor. Fortunately, I've not done a PhD for reasons, of course, because there was internal politics even about 30 years back. And there, unfortunately, the politics still pervades in all academic institutions, which shouldn't be there. So because of politics, I couldn't do my PhD. And I'm here now without the doctor into brackets. I told Karthik to remove that, but he said the posters are already printed. So now I am a professor and an honorary doctor. Thank you so much. Yeah, because if I write a doctor without a PhD, it is actually insulting those who have done hard work to get a PhD. So I don't want to do that. I never did any hard work in my life. Just joking, by the way. Standing here, I think I have the liberty to take more than 15 minutes. Good. Initially in the program that was sent to me, the chief guest had a 1.5 hour time period that was given to him. I was scared. I almost told Karthik that I'm not coming. But then finally, I think Ramesh sir called me and said, "Sir, are you coming?" I said, "Yes, I'll come. If you reduce the time period from maybe 1.5 hours to the normal lecture, which is 45 minutes. Then suddenly I got another program in the morning which cut it down to 15 minutes. So now I have only 2 short pages, small pages of my diary that has been filled at 8:30 in the morning after a good breakfast. That is the only time when we can work. So then I questioned myself, why am I here? The million-dollar existential question. What am I doing here? I mean, in the company of illustrious people like K.T. Ravindran, whom I do respect quite a lot because he was a teacher even when we were students. I mean, I have no way in which I can share a dais with him. I would still like to listen to him. I just listened to him at NatCon at Hyderabad when he was conferred with the Lifetime Achievement Award. So standing with him here on the dais is not done at all. I would rather have liked to share the dais with one of my students. I think that one of my students is already there. I saw her name in the visitors register, the residence register here. That is what a teacher actually looks for. When the student comes up to his level and goes a couple of steps beyond him. If that doesn't happen, I have failed as a teacher. If my students don't surpass me, then the existential question once again remains, what am I doing as a teacher? It's like the chef withholding the main ingredient in a recipe. We don't do that. As teachers, if we do that, tomorrow's citizens or tomorrow's students would not be better than what we were. And we would definitely like them to be much better than what we were. I was also supposed to talk about a little bit about a workshop. Inner city regeneration, a topic which I know absolutely nothing about. Though I have experienced inner cities, though I have been through inner cities, if you ask me to talk on inner city regeneration or to teach you people inner city regeneration is, I mean, once again, not my cup of tea. So I searched in the morning, which normally all the students do nowadays. For the last 2 years during COVID, they have been doing only searching on the net, writing exams from Wikipedia and Google. I did the same thing and found out quite some interesting things, which of course, I'm not going to share here. This is too formal a forum to do that. We have a lot of government initiatives that are being done, government incentivization that is also being done, a lot of projects that are being carried out. I'll come to that a little later. But before that, I actually hate some of the PG degrees that we give. You know what you're going to get? MUD. I wouldn't like to write MUD in front of my name. It's bad. Mud, I didn't do that for it. You have MUD, you have MTP, that is transportation planning. MTP has a different connotation altogether in the medical terminology. And an MLA, I mean, I would be ashamed to do landscape architecture and write a MLA in front of me. Those are scoundrels. So I think MArts and M-Plan are better, much better. We know what profession we are in. If you write MUD in front of a landscape architect is fine, here he's working in the soil. MUD for a farmer also is fine, but MUD for an architect who's doing urban design, which is nowhere related there, but then the amount of work that you people have done is stupendous. I mean, if this is the work that you have done in one semester, I think that is commendable, no doubt. That was only the first impression. I've not gone through those sheets as yet. Might be the applause was wrongly timed. We could have done that at the concluding remarks. That is exactly the problem with today's youth. They jump before the cart. I just called you horses, by the way. So anyway, I mean, if we measure it by the kilo, by the weight, I think this is a good job. If we look at the quality, that is something which we'll have to go through. We'll do that in the concluding remarks after I've gone through those, but it does look quite impressive anyway. Right, so talking a little bit about what is being done on the national front as far as urban regeneration is concerned, or rejuvenation is concerned, whatever you call it. I think there are 3 cities which the UNESCO has declared as presents, heritage presents or heritage cities. You have, I think if I'm not wrong, it's Ahmedabad, Jaipur and the South Bombay or the Fort area of Mumbai, which have got the UNESCO heritage tag by now. There are many more which are up to that standard, but of course we don't go to UNESCO to get those tags. We have the Old Delhi, city of Old Delhi, for instance. We have Hyderabad. We even have Indore. We have Kolkata also, for that matter. We have a lot of our cities because they were historically there before urbanization actually started. And when urbanization started, obviously they became the inner cities or the core cities, and urbanization started around them. And that is exactly why the time has come to rejuvenate or to regenerate these cores of those cities, because obviously spreading out, we are eating up on the agricultural lands. So maybe by the time you have kids and the next generation comes up, we won't have anything to eat because we have eaten up all the land on which we grow. That is precisely why it is high time that we rejuvenate these cities. Because as per the CRIDAI 2019 report, we would be having around 40% of the entire population that would be staying in cities. Now that is something which should seriously bother us as architects and planners. Then apart from that, we also have a lot of government schemes. The only problem is, like all government schemes, the benefits don't reach the common man. If they reach the common man, I think all these schemes would certainly have been very, very fruitful. Take the case of JNNURM, for instance, the Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, launched in, when was that? 2005, and shut down in 2014. Unfortunately, the only signs of JNNURM that you people or your generation can see are on the city buses. So the city buses have been bought from the funds of the JNNURM. So maybe our priorities get misplaced, and probably the planners are to blame. JNNURM was followed by the Amrut scheme. After 2014, when JNNURM shut down, the government of India started AMRUT, the Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. I had to consult the diary because I am not a planner, nor an urban designer. And these big sounding words, I'm not used to all those. So, this came in 2015 with a massive budget, like all government schemes. The focus was on water, sanitation mainly. Of course, the urban transformation and all was there. Along with that, we have the Hriday scheme, Heritage City, National Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana. Once again, there. This also probably has a budget of around 500 crores. Now, with the government having been sensitized, it has, of course, done a lot. It has understood the problem that it is essential to rejuvenate the core areas. And I think it is our duty as architects, planners, urban designers to take advantage of it, to maybe to point it out to the government that these are the pockets or these are the areas or zones which are necessary, or it is necessary to rejuvenate them, and this is how it would benefit the society at large. That is your job, that is our job. Your job as future professionals, our job also to sensitize you or sensitize you to the problems of the society. That is what we as architects or urban designers should be doing, and planners, obviously. So with that all said and done, I think I'm still within the time limit. We also have a lot of ongoing projects. As students of urban design, you should be taking a look at those also. The most controversial amongst them is the Central Vista, New Delhi. There are still a lot of other projects that are being done. The Shahjahanabad or the Nizamuddin Basti, the project there. We have the inner city, special area development inner city of Hyderabad, for example. That is also a project that is being done. Take a look at these. And my advice to you would be, don't fall for the government bait. Don't fall for anything that you find on the net. Go there, understand what is being done on the ground, and make your own opinions. Don't be carried away by whatever you find on the net, please. Question everything that you find. When you go there, question each and everything that has been done by the professionals. Just like when you visit a structure or visit a building, you try to question each and everything. You try to, and I'm not saying that always criticize it from the negative point of view. You also have the positive side which can be criticized in the sense, a crit, for instance, which can be taken advantage of or adapted to certain good things that you might do in the future. So look at it from a clear objective and unbiased and unprejudiced mind as a designer. Because if your mind is prejudiced or biased as a designer, you will fail. Because you will not give or not do your own opinion on paper. You'll not get your own opinion on paper or your drawing. Your opinion would be clouded. Don't let that happen. Please, that is my sincere advice to you as students. And finally, one small thing, we forget very, very small things when we talk of the bigger things. Little things which we should keep in mind. I'm just quoting this as an example, not a comment on anything else. Just like the editorial note, the editor does not agree with the views that are mentioned in the book like this. The chief guest was sitting in a place where the two tables met. I banged my knees on the table foot at least thrice. When I took back my chair and pushed back my chair again in front, my knee banged. So small thing, the way you arrange your dais. I know as a chief guest, you wanted my mental faculties to be in order. So I got a knee-jerk reaction every time I sat on the chair. Once again, not a comment on anything, but a small thing which we should keep in mind. This is just one small thing that I'm talking about. There are many other small things which we can and we should keep in mind when we are looking at the larger picture. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I know I'm here because of my chair, not this one. No one does invite me otherwise because I talk point blank. I mean, there is sannata chha gaya. What happened? I mean, there is a pin drop silence in the room. I hope I get the applause after I give my remarks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you so much, Karthik, for interacting with me right throughout. We have been playing WhatsApp games, I don't know, for the past 1 week or so. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And once again, thank you so much for giving me a patient hearing by switching off your mobiles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that mind-blowing insights. Now I call upon our HOD, Department of Architecture, who completed her bachelor's, master's, PhD at SAP Chennai and went to complete her higher research at Politecnico di Milano in Italy. I welcome Professor Dr. Ayar Vijayalakshmi to share a few words.
Thank you. That was not something I expected, an introduction of that kind. Thank you in any case. I extend a very warm welcome to the dignitaries on stage, off the stage, and online also. It is my privilege to be standing amongst such big names here in the domain of urban design. And I congratulate Dr. Karthik ji, who under the guidance of our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Rikonda, has been able to organize this workshop. Now, this urban design workshop on inner city generation, I think it's highly relevant in the current context because of the rate at which our cities are growing. I came to Vijayawada 4 years back, and I can see such a stark difference in the way the city has grown in these 4 years. With 2 years of COVID, still how the city has grown is phenomenal. Grown means in what all ways, whether you look at traffic, whether you look at built environment, whether you look at the way Shirodkar sir said about how we have encroached upon farmlands, converted the land use left, right, center. I'm not sure whether it is holistic planning, but as a person who's observing the city, it has grown tremendously. Whether for good or bad, I do not know. It is for the urban designers here who have to tell that. And we know that the IPCC's latest report shows how smart urban planning can mitigate the effects of climate change. Our Union Budget 2022 has announced the formation of a high-level committee of planners, economists, and institutions to make recommendations on urban sector policies. By the time India turns 100, which is not very far away, you people are going to be probably our age, nearly half the population will be living in urban areas, making it imperative to not only nurture India's megacities, but also you have to handhold and facilitate how tier 2 and how tier 3 cities should grow. So it is in your hands how you are going to pave a way for how cities should be to sustain themselves, not only for the city's sake, but also to show and demonstrate how the next tier cities should grow. Now, I think you have a lot to think and do and contribute in this domain, whether it is the way you suggest transportation to happen. By transportation, we can talk of mass transit or to any extent. I mean, the range is really wide, whether you talk of mass transit or electric vehicles, or give opportunity area for pedestrians. I'm not sure whether your generation knows about pedestrianization and tot lots and things like that, but we have grown in spaces like that, and and then you should also understand the kind of impact it has not only on the kid or the child, but also the mothers. I mean, I did not have that kind of opportunity for my children, where my children could play, and from the kitchen I could just see and view whether they are safe or not. All that is also part of urban design and planning. So now you people have that huge responsibility. More than anything, SPAV is in Vijayawada. I always have said that to all as head of the department. I think all these specializations have always insisted that our contribution to Vijayawada has to be very high. And I think we owe that to the city as well. A city which is so beautiful and unique. Where else will you find urban caves? Where else will you find something like the Undavali caves or the Akkana Madana caves or the Mughal Rajapuram caves, an ASI site bang inside the heart of the city? So And you have rivers, you have urban forests. So as urban designers, you have one of the most ideal situations to deal with. And I'm sure you definitely do something, because as first batch students, you have done a fantastic work within the time frame that you had. I congratulate everybody, the students, the faculty, and also thank the director, sir, for having made this thing possible. I also thank all the guests here. My congratulations once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon our director and HOD ma'am to felicitate our chief guest and other dignitaries with mementos. Kindly just wait for 2 minutes. I call upon our director, sir, to felicitate our chief guest. I call upon our HOD ma'am to felicitate Ansley Lewis, sir. I call upon HOD ma'am to felicitate Associate Professor Uma Adusur. Sorry, Madam Smriti Uma Adus. Sorry, Uma ma'am. I call upon Dean Academic Sir to felicitate Sanjay Trophy Sir. I call upon the Dean Academic to felicitate Rahul Paul Sir. Thank you. Now I call upon Shri SV Shri Krishna Kumar Sir to give the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all. Uh, I'll start with the chief guest. Sir, I'll not say once again warm welcome. It's a pleasant welcome and have a great, comfortable, better comfortable journey back to your place. I thank Mr. G. Karthik, who had the courage to organize this kind of workshop at this point in the semester. Very apt to the title, tight and very congested like an inner city, but then he has made it. I thank Head of the Department, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, and Director, Dr. Ramesh, for helping us visualize this kind of a workshop. And as the chief guest has already commended, it's a fantastic work, deserving to be thanked, the students of urban design. I thank architect Ansley Lewis, Firebrand Rahul Paul, and Madam Uma Adusmelli, one of the very much required persons here when we talk of inner cities, being a former chief planner, MMRDA. I thank all the students who have taken their time and try to utilize this opportunity to be here and enhance the richness of this gathering. Thanks to one and all once again. Thank you. I have the privilege to rectify errors. I thank architect Sanjay Torvi sir and Dean Academic Dr. Ayan Tarafdar, all my faculty colleagues. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request everyone to go through our work and can break for tea.
Hello, good morning, sir. This is Karthik here. Good morning, sir. This is Karthik here.
Morning, Karthik. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you, sir?
Very well.
Sir, just give us 5 more minutes to set up the talk.
Sure, no problem. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Professor K.T. Ravindran, sir, you are there? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, hope you can see the audience here.
No, I cannot see the audience, Karthik.
1 minute, sir.
Now can I see the screen? I can see Sanjay Torve walking by. Hi, Sanjay.
He is saying hi to you, sir. Okay, sir. We'll start the session with your introduction.
All right.
Professor K.D. Ravindran, sir. He is a senior academic advisor of RICS School of Built Environment, chairman of the Architectural Heritage Advisory Committee of INTAC, trustee of the Indian Heritage Cities Network Foundation, and was member of the advisory board for the United Nations Capital Master Plan, New York. Sir was also a member of the expert committee under the Government of India for the new capital of Andhra Pradesh and subsequently member of the international jury for the Andhra Pradesh Capital Complex. He was formerly vice chairman of the Central Environmental Impact Assessment Committee. He taught urban design for 3 decades in the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and is founder president of the Institute of Urban Designers, India. Sir is also a member governing council of NIT Vijayawada, member National Advisory Committee on Hriday Cities. He was also former chairman of Delhi Urban Art Commission. His practice includes design of greenfield cities, cultural buildings, memorials, adaptive reuse and urban conservation. He takes classes on subjects such as urban morphology and humanizing cities. It is our honor today to be conducting a workshop in which he can give a talk in an online mode. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. To start with, how much time do I have?
As much as you want, sir. We are
Oh,
honored
God.
here today with your presence.
That's dangerous territory. As a professor, I'm used to a captive audience and I don't know when to stop. Yeah, so you have to give me a time. I presume it'll be about 40 minutes and then we could have a little bit of discussion.
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah, 15 minutes of discussion, something like that.
Yes, sir.
So, let me thank at the onset Karthik, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and all other functionaries of SPA Vijayawada for having me here to speak to you all.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All right. Karthik, there's a big echo, but right now it's not there. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We are just checking it. 1 minute, sir. Now it will be fine, sir.
All right. Thank you. So I will speak about 40 minutes or so on the strategies for inner city development. And the strategies I outline here are not specifically designed for the city of Vijayawada, city of Vizag, which you are now studying. It's a generic presentation where I have drawn up the strategies from the various works I've been doing and various inner city seminars in which I have been discussing for the last so many years. And it's a kind of distilled number of points from the perspective of an urban designer. So in the initial part, I'd like to outline 12 10 different strategies for direct application of urban design ideas into looking at the inner city redevelopment. And then I will outline 5 generic principles, but which are very critical for ensuring the qualitative dimension of our intervention. So this is how roughly the presentation is divided. And you are able to see the screen? Hello? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, okay, all right. So the image that you see here is from the old city of Shahjahanabad, where an event is taking place inside an inner courtyard of a haveli, which is integrally the part of the old city's fabric. Here, I'm just beginning with what you probably already know all this, but I anyway like to put it on record so that the students here are able to get a systematic view of what needs to be done while approaching an inner city development. As I said, it is not specific to Vizag, because I've been to Vizag a few times, and I know that the inner city of Vizag is along the slopes towards the sea, and it has a kind of a linear type of structure. Whereas many of these older cities in India are on raised land, almost occupying the entire mount-like formation, facilitating the movement of wastewater outwards away from the settlement. So this is an image that you are all familiar with. It's the image of Mangalgiri, part of Vijayawada itself, where there is an inner city. And of course, that inner city has now undergone various incongruous additions and incongruous changes. But still, you can see a discernible urban structure which is part of that inner city. Yeah? So I'd like to emphasize 3 aspects of this, any study that we take, documentation we do of the inner city. First is the physical documentation, where we understand the land profile, the water systems, and the vegetation. Now, once you understand these very specific physical characteristics of any land on which the human being builds, then you cannot go wrong in terms of the kind of interventions you make for drainage, for surface water drainage, as well as for wastewater drainage. And then you have the social networks, which actually constitute a very important part of any inner city. All inner cities are, apart from being physically connected networks of roads, public spaces, buildings, and so on, apart from that, they are also subjects of a very strong social network. And apart from this, we also have the economic networks, which actually provides the economic base for the old city, usually based on arts and crafts. If you look at pre-industrial cities, like for instance, Mangalgiri was based on sari weaving. And we now know that those Mangalgiri saris which are available in the market are no more woven in Mangalgiri itself. They've moved out of the city, and that whole network of economic activity has only been reduced to the transactional side of that the activity. That is, the production mode is not operational anymore. You only see the transactional side, which is the buying and selling of saris, which also is very difficult to find a Mangalgiri sari inside the old city itself. Even if you find a place which sells it, it is even more difficult to find out an authentic, original Mangalgiri weaving. You will find all kinds of corrupted forms and colors and motifs, and Tanjavur motifs being brought into this, or from Banaras, ikat weaving being mixed with this, and you will find all kinds of mixtures. So the original economic network, which is based on certain characteristics and quality which was generated locally inside the old city, is no more visible. So it's important for us to understand how those economic networks worked. and how they need to be conserved when you look at the old city. So the authentic physical documentation of the inner city, including topography, is the most important thing, and the first thing that you need to know is your land. If you don't understand your land on which your settlement has come up, if you don't understand the slopes of the land, profile of the land, then you are actually in no position to understand how that whole physical systems of a city works. Because the presence of water, both overground and underground, are dependent on the slopes. And where you have more underground presence of water, you have higher levels of moisture, and you will find larger numbers of trees there. So the open spaces and the trees locations and the forests, etc., in any urban area in the inner city is actually dependent on the subsoil moisture content. These are very important things that an urban designer needs to understand. And the study of these natural systems, along with the topography, needs to be first primarily understood as something that precedes the urban renewal effort. And I would also like to emphasize that nowadays there are all sorts of technological systems that you can use very effectively and much, much better than what we could have done in the earlier times in a much shorter time. A lot of information is ready-made on the net. You can pick all that up and collate and then understand how the land system works. But however, I'd like to emphasize the fact that there is no substitute for hands-on documentation. Because when you do hands-on documentation, you are in one-to-one contact, you are in communion with the land, you are in communion with the settlement, and your understanding of the settlement is far, far deeper and more sustainable, more profound. So I'll quickly go through the 10 ways in which an urban designer can intervene in an old city as by defining the units of intervention. It is very often understood that urban design comes between planning and architecture, and therefore urban design needs to be positioned after the planning and before architecture and so on. But however, when you look at the holistic development of an inner city, it breaks all these boundaries, and many of them operate simultaneously. For instance, a region which is usually comes under in today's compartmentalized worldview, it comes under regional planning, is the first thing that you need to look at. That the region has a way of connecting itself to the city, and the city has a way of looking at the region as a resource, and therefore linking these resources to the economic activities of the inner city. So unless you understand this region and how culturally the entire region is bound into the functioning of the old city, you cannot understand how the old city was in fact, the movement systems in the old city, the kind of disposition of functions in the old city are actually taking place. Because organically also they come in the places of least resistance, and therefore you can easily read the linkages that the sub-region has towards the city. The image that you see here is of course a different kind of region. This is the pilgrim map which is sold on the streets of Vrindavan and Mathura during festivals. And this map shows from a pilgrim's perspective how to read the sub-region. Because the whole region which is linked with Krishna's cult is defined as a cultural sub-region, which actually signifies and gives a place of hierarchy within its networks to the cities like Mathura and Vrindavan. So you can see how a pilgrim's imagination actually informs that, and how a very communicable map about doing the whole Tirth Yatra in that area can be understood by looking at mythology, looking at buildings which represent them, and how the sub-region actually functions as one unit. This area is known as Braj Bhumi. They've even developed their own language. They have their own theatre form. They have their own mythologies. All important events of Krishna's life are connected with one place or the other. So there is a historic signification of each town from a different perspectives. And the inner city of those towns actually reflect and contain the most important ingredients of that whole superstructure of mythology and physical form. So this is the first thing to understand. The second thing, in all these 10 points that I have outlined here, you can see that the first one is done shown in blue, and I will keep as I keep moving, they will go order by order. The blue will keep shifting to the next one and next one and so on. And I exemplify that and describe that in the adjoining illustration plus some of the points which are written. Now, second unit of intervention after the region is the entire settlement. Urban design is not only about developing a precinct. Urban design is about understanding the structure of a city from an urban design perspective. That is, there is a visual and functional structure which is embedded in every city, and that structure can be read from various different ways. So the first thing for an urban designer to do is to understand the development from viewpoints including in the urban design structure, which holds all components together in a robust network of relationship. Fundamentally, we know when we study morphology, we talk about how different elements, entities, and the whole are knit together by a structure, and the linkage as well as the object itself gives meaning to the whole structure. Now, I'm using here the example of Shahjahanabad. There's a 1911 map when the Darbar, big Darbar of Delhi was taking place to convert Delhi into a capital. So this is a plan which is developed at that time. You can see that the old city of Shahjahanabad is a very distinct entity. It has a very distinct structure, and it's contained particularly because it was a walled city. So it has a structure which can be identified apart from the rest of the city structure. So that distinctness of that structure is the first thing that should capture the imagination of the urban designer. So that distinct nature speaks of it being one of the units through which you need to intervene, because once you understand the structure of that, you must know that there are certain aspects of that structure which are inviolable, and there are certain aspects which you can then negotiate for redevelopment. Now, the map that you have, the pink-colored background map that you have with a red fort in the focus point, shows how the movement structure and the gates and the important monuments of Shahjahanabad, how are they structured in a relationship which is like bringing together all the other elements. So all other communities, inner streets, economic production, social networks are all tied to these icons which actually define how the entry into the city is done. And the blue arrows that you see there was how from the water, how from the river, Yamuna river, one could enter into Shahjahanabad, and that's how Agra, for instance, was connected to the Shahjahanabad. Agra was an earlier settlement to Shahjahanabad, and you can see that the blue arrows show where all you can actually enter the old city from water, and the red arrows show how where the different gates are located, and these gates actually were named after the big cities that they connected sub-regionally and regionally across the Indian subcontinent. So you have a Kashmiri gate, you have an Ajmeri gate, you have a Delhi gate, you have a Mori gate, and so on, a Kashmiri gate, and so on and so forth. Kashmiri gate, of course, that you see in the center is one of the most critical entry points through which the British also entered. So the movement structure, the structure of gates, the linkages of regional and sub-regional roads, and finally becoming the inner city structure is what you can very clearly see in the case of Shahjahanabad as an example. The next point that you need to look at is the issue of the historic district. Now, every city has actually a number of communities, number of different type of trades, number of different types of production areas, which come about and cluster into an economic relationship, which finally gives rise to its physical form. So in this map, which is actually made in 1846 to 1847, very much before even the main intervention of the British happened, main interventions of British happened. Some interventions already happened, but the main ones of changing things on Chandni Chowk, etc., came about a little later. Here you can see how the entire Shahjahanabad is structured in a way where different communities and different type of trades were practiced in different locations. So it becomes like a mosaic of communities which are integrated by economic and social relationships. This is a very important unit of urban design that you need to understand, because it will also point to the history of that community and therefore the time in which the architecture of that area developed and the nature of that architecture, the character of that architecture. So what we call the character of a city is actually a conglomerate of different sets of micro characteristics. So micro histories of different people are in a confluence coming together to form the history of the city. Actually, each community, each area, each location, each architecture has a different story to tell. And it's a collection of these stories which form the final form of the city. So the urban designer must first understand how these historic districts are formed and where they lie and how they are related to each other. The next point is the issue of the cluster or the neighborhood. City also, according to, is also kind of, as we know, as a conglomerate, different functional areas, serving different type of activities, which finally come together and give character to that city. Now, to understand the city as in terms of the quality of its neighborhoods and the different clusters which come together along with the neighborhood, because in pre-industrial days they were not completely segregated, they were all of a mixed use nature, and the understanding of how these clusters and the neighborhoods function is a very important unit which we need to understand in terms of urban design intervention. Now, when you go to an old city, this is a map of Calcutta, where you can see that certain areas were factories, and therefore when you study the map, you will see that that area had very large grain buildings, big godowns, big factories, big sheds, and they were connected to the water. In the center, you see the Hooghly River, and the areas that you see in brown color is actually the areas where the factory were located in Calcutta. The production centers of the factories were located across the river on the Howrah side. Whereas opposite side of the river, you had the development of all the major governmental functions, where you have the customs houses, the police outfits, some production centers, some processing units, and so on and so forth. And then it merges with the residential neighborhoods. So finally, you have the government areas are also usually large grain because they represent a collective function of governance, of collective in the sense that a large number of people are impacted by the nature of these places. And then you have the residential areas which are fine grain, where the buildings are smaller, they have more intimate relationships with the streets, they are with each other, Even there you have a differentiation between communities, caste groups, economic activities, and so on. You get all these are very, very differentiated. However, they also have a cohesive nature. So the idea of the mohalla in the traditional city, as compared to the idea of the neighborhood, they are structurally different. And I don't have the time to go into the details of that structural difference, but the neighborhoods have to be understood as fine-grained areas from an urban design perspective. They're fine-grained and tightly packed and closely knit intimately in its relationship with the different components. Next, we have the idea of indigenous communities. One of the ways that you can read any inner city is by looking at how its community structure is distributed, and as I said, how they are interrelated with each other in tying themselves in functional, ritualistic, and personal ways, how they connect with each other. And one important thing that we need to remember when you do inner city renewal is that most interventions that we do in today's terms involves investment, huge investments, and as the investment of the amount of investment that goes into these places, they tend to change the structure, both physical texture of development as well as the physical texture of the community networks. So one of the important things that we need to remember is that we should not dislocate and displace these communities, but instead must strengthen their presence in the within the community itself. Now, this is a careful choice that you have to make. Some communities might have shifted their functional role historically, come into some other kinds of trade and activities. Some new communities might have come in. There could be also other locations where these communities' economic activity linked to the exterior areas. That's in this case, this is a map of Cochin, and in this case, in the way they are linked to the water, the river system, and the sea. That also could have undergone changes. But it's critical for us to understand that this community structure is integral to the nature of the old city, both in terms of its physical texture as well as in its functional networks. Now, once we understand that, we can ensure that we stabilize the traditional communities within the heritage areas. Otherwise, what we have, the resulting thing will be called, what we now come to call gentrification process, where richer and richer people will move into the older areas. And even if you restore the built form very wonderfully, you will find a totally different group of people occupying them with a different kind of economic activity, different kind of social and physical and functional networks. And therefore, they change the nature and quintessential character of the old city undergoes a transformation. So ensuring that you stabilize the traditional communities within heritage areas is a very important aspect of urban design. And this can only be understood if you understand the indigenous communities through as an intervention source. Next is a very clearly understood and often discussed thing in the urban design studio. So I will not labor over it too much. But a lot of the traditional cities have narrow roads and they have terminal elements which actually help you identify do better wayfinding, identify locations, identify the direction in which you're moving, and so on. So these are very critical aspects of an urban design structure, in which the first image that you see here is of the Jama Masjid, as seen from the back lanes of Jama Masjid, how the whole horizon is filled, the terminal element of the dome is actually filling the entire horizon. And a very parallel situation you can find in the case of Florence, where you can see that the main dome of the cathedral actually fills the horizon. And when you move through these narrow streets and you open into that space with this huge dome, the entire experience is an experience that elates the viewer, and that is an important characteristic of inner city that needs to be protected. There are many issues that we can discuss here, because the idea of the visual field, that is, how do you construct in a way that you don't obstruct this view? You don't obstruct this essential visual structure of the old city. That is an important aspect of protecting the image structure of the old city. Now, at the bottom, you can see some work that was done through SPA Delhi. It's professional work done in the department. I was also at that time part of the department. And you can see how in the inner city areas, a kind of cacophony of form had developed, because tourism, when it overgrows, it eats and corrodes the character of the old city. And it leads to more and more people trying to profiteer by making more and more hotel rooms and things like that in the inner part of the city, and destroying its original character. So when this process is inevitable, the process of economic activity and the form change that happens is inevitable, it is also important for the urban designer to ensure that these areas are protected from kind of becoming an ugly cacophony of built form. Yeah? So here, an analysis was done of the horizontal lines in the old city, and strategies were drawn up to protect those horizontal lines in a linear way, so that the original character of the street picture is retained. This is a big topic in itself. Each facade makes a difference in the street picture. Each building, its architectural character, its qualities, its solid void ratios between openings and walls, the roof heights, the enclosure qualities, they are all important ingredients. And unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go into those in detail here. But these are areas which contribute to both to the streetscape, that is the wall of the city, the visuality of the wall of the city, and the visual field through which you are able to move towards these terminal elements. Next issue is the issue of plot size and the issue of historic artifacts in buildings, because plot size contributes to the nature of the buildings. And here again, you have a detailed map of Cochin, a part of the old city, inner city of Cochin, where we had plotted every building and defined its use and heights, so that the ultimate contribution these buildings make to the street picture is analyzed, and the sources through which the street picture is arrived at is analyzed, and therefore an attempt was made to protect the nature of this. Now, within these buildings, the image that you see here is not from Cochin. The facade of the old mosque is in a place called Calicut, but this is also part of a street, and where we didn't have an opportunity to do this kind of analysis. So we are having two different cities here, one Cochin and Calicut, but both kind of connected in the fact that they are both located in Kerala, and they were both important trading centers. Now, when we understand the plot size, one of the first things that you need to do is to actually prevent amalgamation of plots. Yeah? Investors don't want to deal with small properties. They want large properties. Therefore, they'll get a higher FAR, they'll get bigger coverage, they'll get bigger height, and they can create a larger building bulk. Towards that, they will actually agglomerate a number of plots, buy 5-6 plots together, convert them into a large plot, and design them as one block. Now, the result is that the entire texture of the street picture will be totally destroyed. Yeah? The historic artifacts that you have will have finer texture, like you will see in the case of this mosque, will go for a toss, and you will get large building bulk in those places. So this change in texture and the building bulk is a very critical dimension of the day-to-day lived experience of a city. And this is something that you need to protect. So you have to prevent amalgamation, and you have to ensure that in the old city, the plot sizes remain small and textured, fine textured, like you have identified in the case of neighborhoods, that they remain at that scale and therefore retain the textural quality of the old city. This can also be done by studying, analyzing, measuring the footprints of buildings and amalgamating them to see what is the exact coverage that is at present obtained in general areas. You will find that different areas have different kinds of coverages. Some other places like these will have 100% coverage. The entire plot will be built up by one building. But in some other locations, you will have setbacks, you may have side setbacks, you may have rear spaces, you may have inner courtyards, you may have a series of courtyards. The entire texture of the settlement will be different. Now, this is something which the urban designer needs to understand so that you can protect the grain of the city, as well as you can protect the street picture. Next issue that we need to remember is that human settlements are not just a bunch of buildings and spaces which are thrown together. It also has human beings who have intangible heritage as part of their culture. So these intangible heritage may be in the form of music, dance, theatre, fine arts, visual arts, architecture, urban design itself. The urban design of the place itself could be a cultural product. So we need to understand the value of intangible heritage in contributing to the character of the inner city. And there will be many such things which are traditional forms of performances, which are critical to the nature of the old city and critical to highlighting the different communities, celebrating different kinds of cultures. And it's that plurality of celebration that you will always find in the inner city as an important aspect of it. And that plurality is what we not only expressed in buildings, but it's also expressed in the intangible heritage, which is in its music, its language, its theatre, its dance, in every form of cultural expression. And let's not forget that what we call tangible and intangible heritage are words of convenience. Actually, architecture is also part of an intangible heritage. So is urban design a part of intangible heritage. But there are many dimensions which are non-physical, which are part of the nature of our profession also. And we need to dig deep into that and understand the relationship they have within the community structure, the expressions of the community, and ensure that those systems are protected and places are still retained where these expressions can actually be publicly performed. So the last issue under these units of urban design are issues of natural heritage. As we know, the nature of a place, that is its landform, the water bodies, the trees, the flora, the fauna, they are all part of a natural system which are interconnected and at one time generated from nature and then sustaining that very nature. Now, if you understand that the nature is a primary layer on which urban development is put on as a secondary layer, that is our activity of design and building of cities, is a secondary layer which is caused by the primary layer of nature. Now, once we build, that also impacts nature. So there's an iterative process between built heritage and natural heritage, and they keep impacting each other in a cyclical form. But once we understand this, we will know the importance of protecting that natural heritage, because it is the nature of that natural heritage which gave rise to the type of urban form that you find in a city. Now, after this, I'll move on to 5 more points. I have, I think, just enough time to cover 5 more points, which are not necessarily part of that physical intervention unit, but they are interventions which actually pertains to the entire heritage of the inner city, entire culture of the inner city, the entire cause of why it is the way it is. To understand that, we need to understand what is called the deep structure of a place. The deep structure is not a non-physical structure. In most traditional cities lie embedded a deep structure which links different components of the city through myths, legends, and oral histories, apart from the visible physical structure. Now, this is a very, very critical thing to understand as a set of elements which are brought together in a certain form. And this form, it is argued nowadays, is the Karmukha form of the traditional 10 urban structure types that you find in the traditional cities. That is, once again, is debatable whether the structure is already erased or it's visible or invisible is a different issue. But for instance, you need to look at the recent interventions in Kashi on the Vishwanath temple from this perspective. Where does that fit here? How does the idea of a corridor which goes across and connects across the river fit the idea of Kashi, which was a Karmukha plan, which had a straight front of the ghats towards the river. Traditionally, most cities in the northern part of India came up on the right side of the flow of a river because these rivers flew from north to south. Most of them. There are some which flow the other way around, but most of them are from north to south. And the right-hand side of that flow is always the east of a city. So cities develop invariably on the left bank of the river, and on the right bank of the river, of the flow of the river, and the left bank is always kept empty. It is never built upon. But what this corridor is trying to do is to actually build over that area and then connect it through some flyovers and bridges and so on and so forth, huge physical interventions, urban interventions, to connect to the corridor, this corridor directly to the Vishwanath temple and cutting off the Vishwanath temple from the rest of the fabric. So, if you were to look at the deep structure of Kashi, you will think twice before you do that kind of an intervention. Okay? It's a larger debate. I'll leave that for you to think about. And any urban renewal attempt must respect this deep structure. This is a very, very important way of understanding a traditional Indian city, because Indian cities are not just what they appear to be. They are much more than what they appear to be. And they have many layers of meanings and structures which are embedded in them. And it's important for us as urban designers to understand this deep structure. So, next critical strategy that we need to find out, to worry about, is not necessarily only a physical intervention of changing streetscapes or spaces or facades or enclosures or terminal vistas or any of those things, standard things that we do in urban design. It's about understanding how one of the problems of the old city also lie in the fact that they are deprived of the social infrastructure that we are today demanding for a modern life. Okay? They don't have enough schools, they don't have enough open spaces, they don't have enough health centers, they don't have enough mandapams where people can get together, or even if you can use the street, not enough spaces to accommodate that. So the growing need for better and better social infrastructure as improving the quality of life is something that has always been deprived of in an old city. So the first job of the urban designer is to do a gap analysis of social infrastructure, where you look at what should have been done, what could have been done. No, it's not what, there is no should, what could have been done, and how the current system is wanting in what could have been done. And once you understand the gap between the provisions and the need, then you do an analysis of it. And your first attempt when you propose adaptive reuse in the old city, where you will find many buildings that are disjuncted from their physical and historic context and are lying abandoned or sometimes orphaned in terms of the attention that they receive from the municipalities. When we think in terms of adaptive reuse of these buildings, the first priority needs to be given to fulfill the social infrastructure needs of the community. That can only be done by doing a gap analysis. Then fine grain of commerce gives vibrancy to the inner city. This is another very interesting point which is not sufficiently debated in our profession, is the nature of vending that takes place in the Indian city and how that vending actually provides the vibrancy to the old city. The examples shown here one is from Old Delhi, that is Shahjahanabad, where you can see the number of thelas are put out onto the road. There is an immediacy between the products which are sold on the thela and the customer who is going to come touch it and feel it and take it in their hands and see it and examine it before they buy it, which is not possible in a showcase. So this kind of a vending is what gives vibrancy to the Indian city. Now, our current practice of buying things online, we depend on Amazon a lot. I too buy from Amazon, but only when I am sure that the product that I'm buying is not available in the local shop. So slowly, this long distance buying is going to kill the fine grain of the Indian city because it will make the local markets redundant. Over a period of time, the danger is looming large, where larger and larger investments, bigger chains, global chains will take over the commercial activities that you find in the old city, which by their color and their immediacy and the smells and the textures that they provide gives quintessential character to the old city. So when you do inner city restoration, ensure that you protect the fine grain of commerce. You can't protect the fine grain of commerce, the old city is not going to remain what it is. It will transform itself in no time. It will transform because economic pressures will be very high. Once you do any kind of investment to improve the services of a place, the economic pressures will mount because the land value will go up and so on and so forth. So at that time, we have to protect the vibrancy of the old city by protecting the fine grain of commerce that is essentially a part of the old city. Now, the last point in this critical strategies is that energy, water, and waste management is central to quality of life in the older city. The inner cities are usually also wanting in these three ingredients. Water was never an issue till the spaces outside in the more contemporary part of the city began to consume too much of every resource and therefore depriving the old city of it. But otherwise, they were never short of it. Old cities are always located near water and they found them as a life source, in fact, for the old city. And that has been either rendered inconsumable by too much waste being dumped in it, by bringing down its quality, water quality, as well as by depriving the old city of these. They have much less energy than we have in the other part of the city. There are power cuts all the time. There's a shortage of water, and there is no waste management to speak of because the kind of pressures that are built up on the old city are huge, and the amount of waste that needs to be managed are also huge. And often the municipalities don't have the wherewithal to do this. But without operationalizing a strategy for energy, water, and waste management, no old city will become livable. Now, the other example on top that you see is the Kumarappa Gate in Wardha, which I had the privilege to restore and reuse. And it was that whole space in front of it. It used to be a place where it was a Goshala type of place where they did milk production. Yeah, milk and sweets from milk, peda, doodh ka peda production. Now, the space was used for tying cattle and milking and so on and so forth. Now that whole industry has moved out of these buildings and moved next door and become a full-fledged factory. Yeah? So that space is now given to the city as a public space, which the image that you see here is of the same public space, which was originally a part of a Goshala, which is now made into a open space which is accessible for the city, fully accessible and visible to the city. It's opened up to the city. And what you see here is on the October 2nd sale of the Khadi products, which were also originated in this very site. That's another story, another presentation. I will not go there. But what I'm trying to demonstrate is that one of the needs of the place was to have this kind of spaces in Wardha. There were very few public spaces which are accessible from the road like this, free access spaces. And this space was actually converted to cover that social infrastructure need of the community to have this kind of a space. Now, the second point is about the inner city renewal strategies, is about renewing the informal economies of the inner city. The commerce that you find is only one end of the economic activity. Behind that economic activity of vending on the street, finished products on the street, is the act of production itself. And all our old cities have been centers of this kind of production. The image that you see here on the left-hand side is the household industries in Shahjahanabad, where you can see what is called the Zardoshi work going on. It is this work, which is a traditional skill of the communities which live there, the backbone of Delhi's fashion industry even today. If the fashion industry in India is a multi-crore product out in the global market for sale, behind that is the traditional skill of Zardoshi work of the people who live in old cities, and they work from small rooms. They live and work from the same place. No problem with that, except that some of the products may have some kind of occupational hazard along with it, but which needs to be studied carefully and prevented. But otherwise, this production is something that we need to recognize. In the center, you have the household industries of Calcutta, which come alive during Durga Puja. So the idols are made by these people in a place called Kumarturi, which is a separate neighborhood in which they live. And they have their traditional production systems inside, both storage, preparation of soil, making of the image, painting of the images, vending it, storing it. All that is embedded within the urban fabric, which is also residential and artisanal production centers. Now, this is a very critical part of Calcutta's inner city. And you have some more images from the Shahjahanabad household industry, where inside their own homes and inside the little streets they live in, they do this complete production of artisanal work. And that then becomes the selling face of the city, providing vibrancy to the street, being sold on the street. So what you see on the street as an economic activity of the fine grain economic activity actually is supported by a fine grain production activity. And these are designing community-based investment and a recovery model for it, while protecting the fine textured economy of traditional cities, is a very important move that an urban designer has to take care of. It's not that we only worry about how buildings and spaces look, how streets and facades look. It's about how the soul of the city, which is tied to all these social networks and economic networks, are protected, how those systems are protected, And that needs to be a design move from the urban designer. Now, the third thing is I'm giving you more global kind of examples here. Restoring the health of public spaces, including activities in them, help re-signify the inner city. That is, the inner cities always have these public spaces which sometimes become disjuncted and are no more connected to contemporary life. And therefore it becomes isolated, disjuncted from the social networks, the economic networks, and slowly begin to decay and die. So to protect these spaces and make compatible restructuring of public spaces, healthy and accessible public spaces are key to the quality of life in the inner city. Given you the example of the most celebrated example in the world of an urban space, that is the public spaces in Siena, where you have this game called Palio that is being held, and the entire town, all the neighborhoods in the town compete in this festival with their own horses, and they come and it's maybe there are lots of tourists as well here, like me. When I took this image, I was a tourist there. I was a bystander. But all the local people, different communities participate in holding this competition, and it's a great sense of celebration in that space. And it is owned by the entire city of Siena. It's not owned by the municipality, or it's not owned by the central government and their tourism policy and so on. It is actually owned by the people who live in the town. The entire town is active there. And the second image that you see here is from Tulsi Bagh in Pune, which is one of my most favorite examples of public urban space, Indian public urban space. Is actually a temple square which is enclosed by markets all around it. This Kiran Kalandani kindly gave me these drawings for this purpose, not for now, but earlier he'd lent me these drawings to use. Tulsi Bagh is a place where there is a temple and there's all sorts of related activities of the temple, and it's owned by a community. Okay, it's owned by, because it's a temple, it's owned by a community. It also is a public space where old people come and sit in the evenings. They chat with each other. It's like like the public's, like the recreation space in an old age home. All the people who live around the crowded old city of inner city of Pune, the old people come here. They sit around and they chat. They watch people go up and down. People greet each other. You see eye to eye with other citizens, and it's an actively churning public space centered around the function of going to the temple in the evening. It's owned by a community, as we know. If you put it from religious terms, it's owned by the Hindu community, and it's not it gives a pointer to the idea that in the Indian public spaces are not always universally accessible spaces. Now, the West has taught us that universally accessible spaces is a democratic space, and it should be publicly accessible to all. All spaces should be accessible to all. Now, we need to rethink about this all and democratic space. I'm not saying that spaces should be undemocratic. I'm not saying that spaces should be inaccessible to certain people, but we have to understand the nature of the inner city and understand how its functioning is contrary to our understanding of what is a public open space. A public open space from the Western perspective is a space which is accessible to all. The Indian public spaces are owned by communities. Now, whether it is owned by all or not is to be decided by that community and not by the government or a municipality or some urban theorist who has written texts about public open spaces in the West. It needs to be something that we understand through analysis in the old city. The next image that you see here is in Shimla. This is the great mall of Shimla. which at one time must have been a very exclusive space for the well-heeled of Shimla, which are mostly the British who were the rulers who were ruling from Shimla, and the people who moved in there to assist the British. It was a kind of space which was defined by class at one time, but today it's a public access space where tourists, local people, beggars, vendors, everybody mills around in this space. And it's a great public space, great example of how a successful public space can function in India. But this space is maintained and owned by the municipality and not by the whole city, or not by a religious group or a social group who is interested in a game. This is controlled by the municipality. So you have here three examples of three different types of spaces which are owned by the city, which are owned by a community, and which are publicly owned. So the Indian city is a nuanced city, and we need to understand those nuances of those public spaces before we design for them. The fourth critical strategy is participatory development, which unfortunately, even though the master plan, act of master plan, in fact, talks about participation, I don't want to go into an analysis of it to tell you how it has been a dysfunctional process. We all know it has been a dysfunctional process. Public interest is not represented in most cases in master plans. But there are a large number of stakeholders in a public space, and the capacity of all stakeholders and professionals are important for participation within the project. So when we do a renewal project, the first thing that you need to do is to conduct this. So there are city managers, there are local social networks, there are financing organizations, there are conservation managers and experts, there are post-conservation users, that's after conservation users may change, and there's maintenance and upkeep. All these are critical factors. They are all stakeholders in the spaces in the city. Image you have here is in Shimla, where city officials, that is municipal officers, the chief engineer, the chief architect, etc., are in conversation in a public space, newly restored public space, which they're going to throw open into public areas. And on the other side, you have the images of street vendors from Old Delhi, where the street vendor, we don't often realize or count as an important stakeholder in a public space in the old city. The traditional networks are fully guided by various rules and regulations which are brought in from master plan over and above the people's requirement. But there are thousands of people in India who are making their livelihood from the streets and public spaces of inner cities, more so in the inner cities than in the newer part of the city. And these people have a right over the road. And this is something that we need to understand. We need to know the rules. We need to know the rules regarding street vendors. There are laws in this country regarding street vendors. Please read them before you say you will remove street vendors or you will provide for street vendors. Please understand what is the legal provision for them and look at how they bring in color and vibrancy and immediacy and the sweet smells of the street, Indian street, into the public domain. So the last point that I want to make is in community participation itself, is that the images that you see here are from the Urban Design Studio that we conduct here in Delhi, in which the third semester is spent entirely as a participation studio. And students are evaluated for their performance in the public space, not only for their performance in the classroom, but also in the public space. 100 marks of the whole semester's work actually goes to public space interaction. So the first thing to remember is that local people may be very much aware. We all know that people know what problems they have. They know their own problems. But what they often don't know are the interconnectedness of problems and how these many 10 different problems come together. A 11th problem is created. And that is our job as urban designers to understand that 11th dimension of how when things come together, new problems are created, and how to provide systemic solutions which will link the problems of the people with the problems of the public development. So the community is a primary stakeholder in the inner city renewal. It is very important that we first of all primarily make it clear to them as to what problems they are going to face. Sometimes because of the master plan, sometimes because of road widening in the transportation network system. All those people are not aware as to what's going to happen. So it's our job as urban designers through the process of community participation to let them make them aware of the problems they are going to face, and then provide a solution or possible solutions, multiple solutions, and make those solutions also potentially public. So the best tool for making problems clear to people is a model. It's not about generating computer-generated 3D views, walkthroughs and views. They have their own place. They're beautiful in the studio. They're fabulous. They are very enticing. They're sexy. We love them. And it's important to do that also. Also, you can exhibit those to them. But when people see a model of their own area, and they can recognize their own homes, their own schools, their own places where they play, where they gather, they are able to develop an immediate link with the model. That visual potency of the model to communicate is enormous. And we as urban designers have to resort to making models of the inner city so that whatever we propose are visible to them, the kind of spaces they use are visible to them, and it becomes through that communication process, it ties them to the proposal that you make. So this community participation is first to recognize that their community is a primary stakeholder and a direct participatory process critical to a sustainable inner city development. If you want to address the problems of the people, first of all, you need to help them define their problems, then secondly, to find a solution to the problems, and thirdly, to make visible those solutions so that through an iterative process, they can contribute to their own development. In other words, you're putting the power of development in the hands of people, decision-making in the hands of people. That's when you have truly enabling participation. But if you only show them the final product and say this is what you're going to get in a model, that's not sufficient. We need to get them to be part of the program formulation of our solutions and then convert that program into three-dimensional solutions and make it visible to the people. That's my last slide. Thank you for your patient listening. I'll be happy to take questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, your presentation has covered a vast canvas of aspects under the 10 units of inner city regeneration and the critical strategies that can be adopted for inner city regeneration and renewal. I would like to open up the forum for any questions from the students or the faculty.
Also from other speakers like Sanjay Torve and Manu Mahajan.
Yes, of course.
You, Karthik, yourself, Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, all of you. Also, if you have anything that I can elaborate on or explain, I'll be happy to do that. If there are no questions, that's also okay with me.
No, I was trying to say, we have asked you so many questions already that we don't have, we have dearth of questions left right now. But there was only one point,
Yeah.
you were talking about heritage and all that. if you could slightly highlight a basic difference of urban design and conservation, heritage aspects.
Well, Sanjay, I believe, even though we teach them as two separate disciplines,
Yeah, they are integrated. We do know, we do understand, but
there is no distinction between the two.
there is like,
There is, you can say there is a slight difference in the sense that the conservation aspect deals with the specificities of heritage and heritage buildings, whereas urban design deals with as heritage and conservation issues, plus additional issues of transportation, movement, social structures, so on and so forth. A lot of the areas which I have described here will also interface with conservation.
yeah.
Yeah? A lot of the aspects will interface with conservation, and many are maybe outside that. So there is a room for specialization in conservation. That's why it is a distinct profession. But it doesn't mean that fundamentally they are different. They are both about bringing back the dignity of the inner city back to life. Yeah?
Yeah.
Conservation is attempting to do so by looking at heritage and protecting the heritage. Urban design does that by looking at also the larger forces which actually impact heritage. But heritage is like answering issues of conservation and heritage is like a compulsory question in an examination. If you cannot do that, you don't pass. Then that is not called renewal, then it's called reconstruction. Reconstruction, you may destroy everything and reconstruct. But in the case of renewal, you take the existing traditional fabric as the given, as a found object, and then you build upon that. So that is how an urban renewal scheme will be distinctly different from urban redevelopment scheme. So conservation is what enables us to do that effectively. So everything has a role, and they are also the same from the broader perspective. I don't know, it's a big debate, Sanjay. I don't know whether you are happy with the answer. If you're not, please say so. I'll be happy to debate this even more or with you in some other occasion.
I think we'll need more discussion. Maybe a complete session is required on that for the students to understand. That is the point.
So that we will know only if the students ask those questions.
I know.
So students, will you please ask me a few questions?
Yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Janmijoy Gupta. I'm a faculty. I'm an associate professor, Department of Architecture here at School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. It was like a brief overview of urban design and everything involved in it. Sir, I was going through your presentation and I had one question regarding the public plazas that you are referring to and the difference in the nature of public areas and public plazas. Like you showed the example of Siena in Italy, and which is completely open to public, and the other example in Tulsi Mandir in Pune, or Tulsi Bhavan in Pune. I can't exactly recollect, but
Tulsi Bagh. Tulsi Bagh, it's a garden.
So,
it's a garden with a temple in the center.
Yes, sir. So the thing is, yes, sir. The thing is that nowadays, of course, that concept has changed. Nowadays, our public plazas in India are also becoming more and more accessible to the public as a whole, I guess, because City Center, Salt Lake, for example, it has got a plaza, the one which was designed by Charles Correa, late Charles Correa, sir. So it's changing nowadays, but even previously, what do you feel? Why do you feel that? What are the reasons you ascribe to the European public plazas being common, open to public, and the Indian ones being so limited in the public usage and being controlled by certain communities? Is it due to our social system, and or why was it like that? And also, sir, the two examples which you showed, Siena in Italy was on a much larger scale, and the one in Tulsi Ghat was of a much smaller scale. Maybe that's how I could make out. So you could. So what is the reason that Indian ones were not open to public and the European ones were open to public? Is it because of the social systems that prevailed, or is it? But now it has obviously changed, sir. I guess now all public plazas in India as well are open to fully public. So is it due to the way we think, the way we have lived, and the way we have actually globalized that change has come up? So that is what my query is.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. And the distinction between the Siena space and Tulsi Bagh are that Siena space is owned by the entire city of Siena, all the citizens of Siena. The facilitation of the event is done by local authorities, but the event itself is conducted by people. Residents of Siena, different neighborhoods come together in different slivers of land in that whole space, and they compete in a competition called Palio, where a horse race takes place between these communities, and everyone cheers and shouts, and it's a lot of merrymaking. People sing their own song. They have anthems for each community, anthems for each neighborhood, and they sing that, they clap, they have food. It's a lot of celebration of the community structure of that place. But if you look at Tulsi Bagh is a very quiet place where there's a mandir in the middle of it, and there's a big garden and a lot of related activity, lots of places where public can come and sit. So it's a kind of more or less like a static space. It's not a dynamic space. In Siena, even the floor is a sloping floor. There's a gentle slope to the floor towards one end of the lower end of this one, and there is a big clock tower, one of the most beautiful clock towers in the world there. And you have built form which is contained and grown with great control, without facade control, but in terms of their aesthetic, it's a shared expression that they have, and therefore they define that space. That's not the case in Tulsi Bagh. Now, one can go into a lot more debate on these two issues, but the other part of your question was the reason for the kind of difference in perception about what is a European concept of a public space as a space that is accessible to all. European countries pride themselves in being democratic countries. Yeah? And the idea of democracy is that one vote for one person, and therefore it's a universal access to power of voting people into positions of authority. Yeah? So for them, what is central to their culture is now, currently contemporary times, is that they are democratic places where everybody is accessible to everything, every resource. Yeah? Whereas it was not so in the pre-industrial time. Before these places became democratic spaces, they were also like us. They had kings, they had oligarchy, they had communities, and they had different type of structures which are reflected in the city, depending on where these interface between the community and the city took place. If you look at Siena itself as an example, or any other medieval city in most of Europe, you will find that there is one square, one public square, which is attached to the main cathedral. Okay? That is somewhat closer to the kind of spaces that we have here. They are more public than the one we have here, but they are closer to the Indian public space. And you will find there is another square of equal or more importance attached to the municipality building and the clock tower of the city. That is Siena. In Siena, the space that we see The open space that I demonstrated today in the midst of that celebration was actually the space along the municipality building and the tower, municipal tower. That is a different type of square from the cathedral square. You will find this also, if you go to Pisa also, you will find the same thing. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is part of a church precinct. That's a great public open space. Yeah? But if you come down about a kilometer or kilometer and a half through those gullies, and you break open into a huge public space qualified by a very elaborate and very well constructed municipal building. So Siena also has that expression. You will find that in most cities in Europe, at least in Italy, it is very clearly visible, the distinction between the municipal space and the church space. Because there was always this creative tension between the church and the municipality, church and the oligarchy. And there are certain towns like Bologna which are owned not by the church. There is no space for the church there. It is ruled by the oligarchy of that place. The powerful people of that place actually sit in assembly and they control and make decisions about Bologna. And Bologna was always a scientifically tempered city. It was a university's town. It has 36 kilometers of contiguous public walkways, covered public walkways and shopping arcades. And it also has its own towers and open public spaces and so on. So there's a difference between the kind of ownership of spaces, and the spaces that they celebrate now are those spaces which are publicly owned spaces. Whereas here in our country, most spaces in the inner city areas, not in the modern areas, for instance, if you come to Connaught Place in Delhi, it's publicly owned, public open space. Yeah? But if you go into public space in Shahjahanabad, in the old city of Delhi, you will find that that was traditionally and currently also owned by communities. So who is allowed, who is not allowed into that space, who owns it, who does not own it, are all still in a state of flux in the Indian city. Yeah? Tulsi Bagh is owned by Hindu community because it has a temple in the middle of that space. Yeah? But it's also in the inner core of the shopping area of the inner city of Pune. It's a space that's carved out of the shopping area. But shopping is a public function. Yeah? Shopping says, all communities are allowed to have shops in the public areas, in the bazaars. Yeah? But when it comes to a space that qualifies that bazaar, like Tulsi Bagh, it's more exclusively owned. Now, should it remain like that or not is for who to decide, I don't know. It's in a state of flux. We have the example of the Delhi's Jama Masjid, which I think in the last week they put up a board saying that women are not allowed in the mosque alone. They have to be accompanied by men. Okay? Very big protest, public protest happening in Delhi, plus happening on television and media about how can you be so exclusive. Now, can they be exclusive or not is something that needs to be debated. So our societies are in that process of in a state of flux of change, and we are confronting all these issues one by one. But we are not going to be able to solve these conflicts in an urban design studio. But so when we go into this from the studio, when we go into the university, we need to know that to make these decisions, we need to have all the stakeholders with us. Yeah. Now, can there be a consensus or not? I cannot say. The state of conflict will remain. So we have a more nuanced kind of understanding of what is public and what is not public. And I think it's important for the urban designer to understand this distinction, these nuances between how publicness is understood and owned. That is the point I was trying to make. It's not a solution. It's not a complete answer. I'm quite well aware of it. But it is an area that needs to make us think.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks, sir, for clarifying so nicely. Yeah, it
Thank
was
you.
wonderful listening to your presentation and viewing it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It was rather long, my answer. Sorry for that.
Thank you, sir. We have many questions, but I am afraid that we will have to carry forward those questions to some other forum.
Please ask your students to email me the questions.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Or send me a WhatsApp message.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Since our next speaker is waiting for.
Please go ahead. I'm sorry if I took too long to discuss.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For our next For our next talk, we have architect Ainsley Lewis Salvador. He is a double gold medalist from CEPT with a stint in ET at Zurich and has a master's degree in urban design from Mumbai University. And he is an academician for over 2 decades. He was also the Dean of Master's Program in Urban Design and Architectural and Urban Conservation at KRVIA. He believes in an iterative process for design that is grounded in research, semantics, and phenomenological aspects. Lewis Sir coordinated an Erasmus Plus program entitled WinUcom, Building Inclusive Urban Communities. That was a consortium of academic institutions from Krems, Austria, and India. He has lectured on architectural design, housing, conservation, and conducted various training programs and workshops for the Council of Architecture, Hong Kong, and Institute of Conservation and numerous schools. His current practice, Urban Interventions, has been published in several magazines and has won awards for interior designing and architecture and architectural conservation. The most recent award being of the UNESCO Asia Pacific Cultural Heritage Conservation Award of Merit in 2019 for the restoration of Gloria Church in Baikula, Mumbai. I invite you to the stage, sir. Thank you.
There's a firewall or something? Can I connect directly to the screen? Can I? No, you can't. It's not allowing to share, no? Hmm? Disconnect, do it again, do whatever. Share, share. No, no, share. No, share.
This one, this one.
This, yeah, this. No. No.
Here, the percentage need to show.
But we'll take this, no? Share. Why is it not coming? Play the other one, no? Can you play the other one?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know, there's some technical issue here, so we'll play another presentation. I think it's on, is this on? Yeah, I think in the other presentation, two slides are not seen. It's a PDF convert on my computer, it's showing up, but the others. Anyway, you ready? Firstly, I'd like to thank the director, the head of the department, um, and the academic dean, and of course Karthik for having invited me to make this presentation. The crowds have dwindled, but I'm sure I will
put some information in your head. Um, this is some other. Okay. I am the Dean of Kamlaraja College of Architecture, the postgraduate program, which actually deals in urban design and urban conservation. At the institute, we don't look at it as separate streams. We look at them together. Most of our studios are run together. The urban conservation students do get extra courses where they have to deal with material conservation, etc., philosophy of conservation. But our studios are run together, so we have a big batch of people actually doing the work. Yeah. Is the presentation ready? Technology. It'll be interesting, don't worry. You all are feeling hungry? Rahul, you'll be the only guy sitting here. I couldn't operate it. I can operate it. So this is fine. Okay. 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 So since I'm talking to a first year batch of urban designers, I'm going to start off with explaining various things like what is urban. Okay. So I'm going to structure the presentation. This is the structure of the presentation where we talk about what is urban, which is the historic core of a city, the cause and effect, and identification of issues and methodology of regeneration. I've entitled this presentation in such a way which actually talks about the methodology to understand and intervene. I think that's very important. Very often we collect a lot of data, and when one comes to intervene, you really don't know what to do, and you just follow the policies put across by the government. So I think
as urban designers, we need to understand how to intervene. And probably some of you all, once you graduate, will sit in very important positions in the government to kind of have an impact, to understand the nuances which were talked about earlier by Professor K.T. Ravindran and what I'm going to talk about now. Uh, the first thing, as an urban designer, one actually looks at various aspects. Cities are complex, and to understand a city, one cannot do it on one's own self. Okay, you require to understand the history of a city, so you'll require an historian, archaeologist, the governance, the political systems which are there, the community, the social scientists which are required, livelihood, the sociologists, the culture of the place, the religion of the place are all important. Ethnographers, economists, ecologists, demographers, architects, and sociologists. So it's a collaboration of several people who come together. Please understand, you all are trained as architects, and once you all are trained as architects, please do not deviate from what your expertise is. Very often we find students actually saying, I'm going into social science, but understand, people who talk about social science have done a whole education with grounding, so they know various aspects of it. Or many architects say they are artists. I think it requires a lot more than to just take a label. So please understand that as urban designers, you'll need to kind of understand the city, but you need to have co-collaborators who will give you much more information, which is very nuanced, to kind of help you understand the city. So I'm going to use Mumbai as a palette to to talk about what I'm going to say. And once one looks at Mumbai, it's a huge city, okay? And to understand a city, as we all know, we need to break it up into smaller parts. And I'm looking at a small part of Mumbai, which is technically the island city, which is marked there on your map. And basically, in the last census, it's called Mumbai district. Okay, so that's the area I'm actually looking at. This is the island city of Mumbai, the 7 islands which are there. Um, just to give you an understanding of how large the city is, I've got out some data in terms of the number of the population from the census, and I've kind of got some areas so that you understand how big Vijayawada is, how big Vishakhapatnam is, how large Mumbai region is, and how large Mumbai district is. So you will get a understanding of the scale of what you're dealing with. So I'm going to take you to this whole question of which is the historic core, okay? And I'm going to take you through several parts of Mumbai. This part is called Mahim, which traditionally was a fishing village. The Portuguese settled here in this area, and you had a fort. Now this is just the 7 islands of Mumbai. I have not gone beyond Mahim. That's where we qualify it as the 7 islands of Mumbai. And initially it was a wooded area, okay, with a lot of indigenous population living out there. I'm going to move you to another area, which is Dharavi, which you are all familiar with, okay. It was actually on the outskirts of the city. It had a tannery, so that's why you get a lot of leather industry there, and you have various communities settling in this area. Is this the core? Okay, I'm not going to say yes, I'm not going to say no, I'm just raising questions. We go to the Midlands, okay, and of course you can go into the history of Mumbai and you can understand why the mills came up here, because of the American Civil War and the various kind of trajectories which actually brought a lot of people from the rest of Maharashtra into the city of Mumbai, and now you have these mill lands which are now transforming in the city of Mumbai. And Kamla Raija did a study with Charles Correa, and they actually put out what these mill lands should then transform into. Of course, that was not looked into because it was not favorable to the builders. Uh, you have the eastern waterfront. Once again, this was the port. The British actually understood that this was a very important place because it shielded you from the southwest monsoon. So it was a nice sheltered harbor, and hence the port came up. A lot of migrants came from Gujarat, Surat, etc., to build ships. And a lot of this happened. Is this the core? Uh, you have the Art Deco buildings, which are there dotted all around Mumbai, especially in this island city. This is Eros, which exists still. It's become a multiplex. You have the World Heritage Site, which has Victorian Gothic buildings and Art Deco buildings, which are in this area. This is an image from the UNESCO dossier prepared by Abba Narayan Lamba. Um, is this the core? Okay. And you have this whole series of buildings which came up when the fort was demolished. So Mumbai had a fort, and there was an esplanade which was a firing range. And after the fort was demolished by Sir Batley Fry, um, automatically these buildings came up: the university, university convocation hall, the high court, various kinds of things. Is this the core? You have the cotton green, which was traditionally a space where the cotton used to be auctioned. And if you read Spiro Kostov's book, which actually talks about the layers of a city and the open spaces kind of leaving an imprint, this has now become Horniman Circle with the Asiatic Library in the foreground. This is another precinct which actually talks about the traditional people who settled in this area. This is Ranvar Bandra, which is just across. And this is now a protected precinct because we have heritage regulations in the city of Mumbai which set up this idea to protect various buildings and precincts in 1995. So this is the plan of the precinct, where you have a core and a buffer area. And another precinct is the Kotachi Wadi, which is very much in the island city. And once again, you have the core and the buffer areas which are there. Um, Yeah, okay. So one of the things I want to say is that if you start parceling out these various things, you realize that each of them, whatever intervention you do or the way you look at it, has a cause and effect. If you remember this song, which probably you'll have all sung when you were kids, it's a small world after all. And this song was actually written for a fair, okay, by Richard and Robert Sherman. And then 3 years later, it was used in Disneyland. And everywhere you go in Disneyland, it talks about different cultures, and the song is played. It's a small world after all. And one of the things which you see is globalization and liberalization are two aspects which have actually made us even smaller. Okay, we can be sitting across the world and doing various things. And this book is by this author Daniel Brook, who actually compares various cities. It's a fantastic book. If you pick it up, it's like a novel, but it has a lot of research, a lot of history in it. It compares St. Petersburg, it compares Shanghai, it compares Mumbai. And one of the things in this book he talks about is he talks about how Dubai came into its inception. And one of the things he says is through research that Nehru had this idea that India should not the capitalists or the industrialists should not have the possibility to monopolize various aspects like trade, etc., etc. So the cotton which was produced by the Tatas in the mills in Nagpur and the cloth which was made could only a certain amount could be sold in the country. And because of that, they were allowed to export this material, and that's why Dubai became a very important place for trade of cloth. Okay, so even at that time, immediately after independence, you're having these kind of various connections across the world without the formal idea of globalization and liberalization. I mean, this is what is kind of a thing which is said in the book. So, in a neoliberalized, developer-driven capitalistic market, how does one address issues in historic precincts is the question I'm asking to you all. Okay, in Mumbai, we are all worried about money. Builders are the guys who call the shots. Developers are there. So this is one of the things which we are all concerned about. And I will talk about two aspects. The first thing is a book by Aldo Rossi, Architecture of a City, in which he talks about urban artifacts. And I think all the landmarks in the city are very much urban artifacts. But what makes a city is where people stay, where people actually live, and that makes a city. There's no city without people who are living there. And so I'm going to look at this aspect of it, the housing aspect of it. And these two images, one is from Nolly's plan, which actually shows what the main public buildings are. And of course, from Edmund Bacon's plan, where he talks about the buildings and the rest is the infill. So that's the housing which happens. And the other aspect, which is very much our concern, is the idea of development. I think that's another very important thing which we need to look at. And I'm using this book called Splintering Urbanism by Simon Marvin and Stephen Graham. Okay, it's another interesting book which actually talks about various cities across the world which have actually introduced various infrastructure, and the dichotomy because it favors one social group of people versus the other. So two things I'm going to talk about. One is housing and one is infrastructure. Okay. So this is Mumbai, the metro rail, which is coming in a precinct in Mumbai. These are the kind of buildings which are within this precinct. Okay, very articulate. This is Buleshwar, Kalba Devi, and there are three markets here, cloth markets. And I would then look at how the international scene looks at this. So in 2016, the global report of Culture, Urban and Future pointed out that culture has the power to make cities more prosperous, safer, and more sustainable. And it talks about people-centered cities are culture-centered spaces. Quality urban environment are shaped by culture, and sustainable cities need integrated policy making that is created around culture. I think these are important things which UNESCO has put to us. And the Bura Charter of 2013 talks about historic value, aesthetic value, and social value. I think these are other aspects which we as urban designers or policy makers do not look at. And it talks about an inclusive social development and inclusive economic development, which is very important. So it always refers to historic towns and precincts in the city. Okay, so I think these are the two aspects which we need to look at when one talks about inclusive social development and inclusive economic development. And this is something which Professor K.T. Ravindran was talking about, the crafts within a smaller precinct. Okay, and inclusive social development talks about contributing to inclusion and equity, enhancing the quality of life and well-being, respecting, protecting and promoting human rights, respecting, consulting and involving indigenous people and local communities, and achieving gender equity. When one talks about inclusive social development. The other thing is to talk about inclusive economic development, ensuring growth, employment, income and livelihood, promoting economic investment and quality tourism, strengthening capacity building, innovation, and local entrepreneurship. Each of these things can be debated, interpreted by each of y'all and make it very sophisticated. Okay, so this is some of the work which is done in the studio by our students, where we actually looked at Kalba Devi. And what you see here, this is the nature of the streets. They're choco-block with these hath gadis. And within that, you have an architectural backdrop, which is quite interesting. And one of the things which which is infused into this precinct is this idea of the metro rail, which has come into this place. And what the students identified is that you need to, the metro rail needs to allow for movement of freight just to make the streets more pedestrian friendly. Now, that's something which people have not thought about. I think it's something which needs to be done. So they have actually talked about how do you pedestrianize this place, how do you actually do not allow trucks to come in, there's a certain loop for trucks. You create a lot of open spaces for the community of the people who run the hath gadis so that they can rest in the evening. And that's what they propose. And this is the kind of structure plan which they've come out with. So they've created a loop for this is the metro station. They say they need to create open spaces. There are various grade 2 and grade 3 buildings, okay, which are there, which are protected by the Mumbai Conservation Heritage Committee, MHCC in Mumbai, but there's a lot of infill between the buildings which is not protected. There's one thing which you have to realize is in Mumbai, we have something like we have something where there's rent control, where a landlord cannot increase the rent of a property, and hence the landlord does not have the finances to actually repair or relook at these properties. So I think this is a big political kind of game which is being played. But yes, that is the character of what this precinct is made out. So in Mumbai, we have buildings which are looked at very consciously, which are protected. But what happens to the rest? And UNESCO policy actually talks about, not only talks about heritage attributes, it talks about habitat attributes. So there are various kind of things which happen there, where there's a shop at the lower level and there's housing at the upper level, etc. Yeah. With this, we need legislation, we need awareness, and possibilities of a toolkit. Now, what is a toolkit? It is a loose framework which can be tweaked for every different precinct. I think as urban designers, we have given up that idea that this is what it is and it has to be. You can see how things transformed during the COVID times. Within 2 years, we changed the way we studied, we changed the way we purchase things, various kind of things. So it's not easy to predict, but if you have a framework, you have a toolkit, you can actually do, you can tweak the toolkit for each and every precinct to make it worthwhile. The next book is what I'm talking about. So does it mean that we don't interfere? Does it mean we don't intervene, okay, as urban designers? Does it mean that we get a little too romantic about what is there, and we don't do anything about it? And I'm going to use this book called Soft City, which talks about various softer ways in which one can address various issues within the city. And one needs to have a consciousness of this, which kind of tells you what the city is all about. And one of the things that the soft city it talks about is basically you should have. I'll just get to that because I can't read it from there. It talks about responsiveness. It talks about doing something which is straightforward, easy. It's something which is comfortable, snug, reciprocal, mutual, various kind of terminology which is open to interpretation by us urban designers. And he gives us 9 criteria for a livable urban density. He talks about diversity of built form, diversity of outdoor spaces, flexibility, human scale, walkability, sense of control and identity, microclimate, smaller carbon footprint, and great biodiversity. And these are some of the kind of ways in which he looks at it. So when we talk about the diversity of built form, he's saying that we need to have different kinds of buildings, which is obviously now what we do is a mixed use building. Okay, so we need to have that. He talks about the diversity of outdoor spaces. So it's not only the scale of spaces, it's the activity which happens when it. He talks about the idea of flexibility. In the city of Mumbai, we're definitely looking at flexibility because every square foot costs a bomb. Okay, so today that space will be used for one activity, tomorrow it will be used for another activity, or maybe during the day, in the morning it's used for something, in the evening it's used for something else. It talks about the idea of a human scale, so smaller dimensions, smaller spaces, walkability, of course, I don't need to kind of tell you about, it is quite obvious, and it talks about sense of control and identity, microclimate. I have not changed those slides. Yeah, it talks about microclimate so that it becomes more humane. It talks about a smaller carbon footprint and greater biodiversity. And because of this, we do a studio in the first semester, okay, which are other ways of mapping, okay. We kind of believe that the way of mapping, the traditional way, which is empirical, we do respect it, but we need to understand the other narrations of what's happening within the city. And I'll just show you some of the things which are there within this. So this is a community in the fort area where actually water was supplied by the Bishti community. Okay, so they would carry these leather bags and actually provide water to various establishments out there. And over a period of time, this idea of supplying water transformed, and the community is not there. We have hand pumps and we have other electronic pumps, and the water is sent across. But when the water is sent across, there are lots of other stakeholders who play a big role in this. There's the pujari who has a temple tank, okay? There's an agent who's actually negotiating the rate. There are the people who's the users, and all these narrations are missed out. They are livelihoods of people, and they are people after all. And we do this studio where we make the students aware of these issues that one has to address. So these are some of the images, and then the policeman comes and says that, you know, the water which you're supplying, the BMC guy comes and says the water which you're supplying is polluted, and hence it's a health hazard. Then someone pays him something, and he's happy, and everything is fine, and everyone gets their water supply again. Okay, I think getting down to the ground and understanding all of this is something which one needs to look at. But our policies talk about warehousing of people. Okay, so it's with the earlier question, does one intervene in these sites or just remain romantic about it? Does one bring in development of the metro, water line, infrastructure, which is severely lacking in these areas, and how does one do it? And warehousing of people, this is an image from the IKEA warehouse, okay, where everything is cataloged, everything is numbered, everything is this. So you can actually say, and most of this warehousing and Amazon packaging which happens similar to this. Um, and one of the things which happens is because of this warehousing, people are not treated as people. People are treated as numbers. Okay, and this is a little snapshot of the development control rules, which talks about cluster development. Okay, and if you go through the rule, I'm not getting into all of that, but if you go into the rules and regulations, blah blah blah, it's only talking about the number game, the incentive the builder is going to get if he involves himself, the people, etc. And all these stories. Now, this I pulled out from the Sefi Burani Trust website, where they're actually doing a lot of work, a cluster redevelopment, and I'll show you what it is. But there are eateries, there are antique markets, there are hardware stores, there are timber markets, there are flea markets, etc., etc. And all of that is all of that has been documented. The stories of people, the guy who sells wood, the guy who runs a sweet shop, a bakery, a hotel, a farsan market, sharbatwala, and various kind of things are all documented. And I don't know whether they're actually going to have their livelihood in the new development, because this is what the new development is all about. Thank you. Any questions, any comments, any brickbats? Yeah. Kayur has a question. Students realize that you'll are the first batch, so you'll are very close to Karthik's heart. And that's how all first batches are. Yeah.
Actually, the couple of the questions I have, but only the one which is bothering me much, as in the political instability, as an urban design. In what sense we look?
I think it's a difficult question you're asking, because it's about political instability. But I think we have to have ways to negotiate. Very often, if you're close to one political party or one particular thought, it can, if you've got the project based on your connections with the political party, it's going to give you disaster. But if you've got your connections because of doing good work, talking the right things, which is very difficult, which people will not accept, I don't think whichever political party or whichever person who is sitting at the seat will make a big difference to the work you're doing. So I think very often we urban designers get projects because of their connections. But if you're talking the right language, you're doing the right things, truly, it really wouldn't make a difference as long as you're doing the right thing. So it's going to be a problem if you've got a project, or you're undertaking a project because of connections. But otherwise, I know it's going to be difficult, and I can talk about it, but to practice it, it's quite difficult. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can field other questions. I'm okay.
Second question, in Mumbai, how do we define community?
So actually, if you look at any literature review, communities are varied. It can be religious, it can be occupation, etc., etc. And you will see various definitions of the community. Like I've I myself, I'm involved in the Catholic community, and I've done a lot of, we've actually set up a museum. We didn't have any funds. We set up a museum for the artifacts of Portuguese artifacts which were there. So I think it depends on your definition of community, whether it's based on caste, whether it's based on religion, whether it's based on this. Today, mostly communities are based on class. Which gymkhana do you belong to? Especially in a city like Mumbai, where are your children educated? Which schools are they educated? So it's shifting. But yeah, I mean, it varies, and based on that definition, you'll have different kind of outcomes. Yeah. Yeah, Deepak.
Okay, thank you, Ansley. I have just one comment what Kiyur has asked that political will, how it will influence urban design projects. So there was a point of time in our urban design studio where we were discussing that politicians should be urban designers. Only then they can understand the question which he has specifically asked. Because in our nation, I think most of the area, political will supersedes all the logic. So,
So if you read that book, History of Future Cities, it talks about governance. I'm not getting into it. Talks about governance because there's a king. Like if you read what happens by the Tsar in St. Petersburg, he actually said that everyone who comes into St. Petersburg shouldn't have a beard. So he personally got their beard shaved off at the entrance of the city. Of course, we don't have that kind of politicians right now. But as I was saying earlier, if everything is in the right place and you're not got the project or you're not doing the project to please a particular politician or you're not aligned to a particular philosophy, etc., it really doesn't matter. I mean, whether the politician changes or no. It may be really unfortunate if you're seen in that way, because today social media creates an image of you, okay? It creates an image of you who may not be who you are, and you yourself are constructing it. So it's really like we had lots of competitions in Mumbai, and because Stephen Hall won the competition with Opolis to actually do a museum in Baikala Zoo, they said it's an open space, blah, 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 this, that, and the other, and that didn't happen, okay? So sometimes there are these issues, but when it's a larger urban rejuvenation, and you have a lot of architects to support you and various kind of things, you talk to them and talk to bureaucrats and talk to various people. I don't think it can be such a big problem if everything is in the right place. So yes and no, yeah.
Yeah, one more thing. Initially in the presentation, you told that in Mumbai there are various areas, like there are Mahim, Dharavi, Milllands and Art Deco, that heritage site. And you asked the question that which is the core inner area, and you didn't answer, I guess. If you have answered, I might have missed it. So
I didn't answer it. I just
you didn't answer it. So my point is that does that mean a city can have a multiple inner core, or does Mumbai has multiple inner
I
core,
think,
single inner
yes,
core?
I definitely think that there are multiple ways in which you can look at different precincts in the city. And what I was trying to say and cause and effect is that once one is dealing with a particular precinct, one should also see what effect it has on the surrounding precincts. It's very important. You cannot deal with the whole of Mumbai. What I'm talking about is something which the census calls Mumbai district. Okay, it's just the 7 islands, and Mumbai and is a huge kind of urban area. So, I mean, each of them, and this is only I've limited myself to the island city, each of them have so many of these kind of histories, and ancient cities, any ancient city in India will have layers and layers and layers and layers. And automatically you have to understand what is the important aspect of that precinct which is there in the city to kind of deal with it and address it. So I've not answered the question. I've just raised it for you all to think. because that's very important. And unless you understand that this is what keeps that area going, it's important that you address it either through softer measures or through radical measures. Yeah. So, yeah.
Another thing to just, I was curious that the kind of development which our cities are experiencing right now, the last image which you showed in the presentation. So now if we compare the scenario, if we take the same setup and go maybe 40 years or 50 or 100 years in future, then what will be the city core? This kind of development, can we term it as a city, inner core city? Because, did you understood?
So the definitely the what we're building today will become the history for tomorrow. Okay, it's inevitable that we have skyscrapers in Mumbai. The only issue I'm bringing to the table, because we're talking about the historic core, is that there are livelihoods, there are economic activities, there are various other stakeholders which are there. And when you start putting them in these towers, okay, because you don't understand the livelihoods, you don't understand the people per se, you just looked at them as a number game that he's occupying 300 square feet and he needs to get 300 plus incentive, blah, blah, blah. You're going to end up with something which is what I showed you. Definitely, this will become the core of tomorrow, and we'll talk about it in various kind of things like Dadar Pasi colony and various kind of things. But as urban designers, I'm saying we have to be conscious that these are issues which need to be addressed, and hence when we propose, we need been involved in lots of society development projects. And every time the committee, the members are never interested in the architecture of that and the plan of the building, etc. They are more interested in how much money you're getting, are you getting more area, and all the other aspects which are very intrinsic to architecture and urban design are forgotten. And I think we must bring that debate back into the foray, because you'll end up being doing that, and that's so easy to do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rahul, any questions? Because I won't be there for the day. Uma, any? Nothing.
Yeah, thank you, Architect INC Lewis. Actually, we had to rush your presentation the first half because you have a flight to catch.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and we'll get back here at 2:45. Thank you.
feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all presented here to the afternoon session of this workshop. In continuation with the technical session that happened earlier, we are now calling upon stage our next speaker, Dr. G. Karthik sir, our program coordinator, assistant professor, SPA Vijayawada, to put some insight on the topic floor space index as tool for regeneration of inner city. Should have.
Can you just put it on full screen, please? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today's session, I will be talking about floor space index as a tool of inner city regeneration. So before we actually talk about any strategy about inner city regeneration, first of all, we have to understand in what way we define a city. Now, these are the various parameters or factors that are used to define cities. For example, the extent of urbanized open space, population size or density, cities' dependence on non-primary economic activities for more than 50%. Non-primary economic activity can be anything other than agriculture. Then city with respect to its administrative function, urban characteristics of the city, and again population density, demonstrating economic potential for future growth, and surpassing a set of spatial expanse. So these are the parameters that are used by various different countries to define a city. And in most cases, cities are defined by their urban agglomeration. Yeah. So today we are not talking about cities, we are talking about inner city. So the whole point of discussion of inner city actually generates from the idea of a city. And the way this word inner city evolved showcases or hints that our cities have already expanded and we have divided the outer city as well as inner city. And hence, we are defining inner city as something which is different from the outer city. And as we have seen in the previous slide, there are several definitions and parameters that are devised by various authorities, the local development authorities, which define a city, or the development authorities which define a city. But unfortunately, we in our regulations or guidelines, we do not have a clear definition of inner city. So that brings us, or that opens up more opportunity for us to understand what an inner city is, what could be the extent of an inner city, and what could be the range of issues that we deal with reference to inner cities. Now, so when I actually started searching about the definition of inner city, the one definition, one generic definition as actually found on the Cambridge Dictionary was that the central part of a city where people live and where there are often problems. So that means the inner city, it is assumed that inner cities have problems, have issues, which is much larger than the outer city. And the problems because people are poor and there are few jobs and bad houses. So we are relating anything that is bad about cities with our inner cities. So that's the definition we have of our inner cities, generic definition of inner cities that we generally use. Now, for today's workshop, since we are discussing more about urban renewal and urban regeneration, firstly, we have to understand this whole concept of urban renewal and how did this start. In fact, the urban renewal is process of rebuilding areas of cities that have become obsolete and abandoned or considerably decayed. So as I said in the previous slide that we are associating our inner cities with everything that is bad about cities. And sometimes urban renewal involves slum clearance and total rebuilding, which happens in parts and not as a comprehensive model of development. Often the local authorities, when they feel that certain areas are blighted, so they demolish the portions, they evacuate the people from there, and new housing comes in as an infill, which often in the perspective of the local development authorities is considered as renewal. On the other hand, urban regeneration has its goal, the renewal of existing spatial structure in order to utilize the functional opportunities and economic potential of the city. In some cases, in the inner cities, though certain parts are decaying and getting obsolete, there are always functional opportunities, and since the land prices increase because of the proximity to various other functions, economic potential of the inner city is always high. Now it combines the drastic renewal of physical environment in dilapidated city areas such as former factory or harbor areas with the generation of completely new uses of the sea, of the space. Now, the difference between urban renewal and urban regeneration is that regeneration is more holistic as compared to urban renewal. Because as I said that renewal often happens in parts and sometimes these parts are identified by the local government, and those parts are amalgamated by the local government or the developers for whom this renewal exercise is given. Now, this whole concept of urban renewal started in the European cities after the World War II. Now, this is an image after the World War II when the England was bombarded by the German troops. And in fact, some cities were entirely destroyed. Some major parts of the cities were entirely destroyed. And this, in fact, was an opportunity for the cities to rebuild their inner core. And the image which you see on the screen is one such example. Now, this is the same site where there was a heavy bombing during the World War II. And later on, this portion opened up as an opportunity for urban renewal. Now, this effect of World War is in fact an immediate planned intervention by the local authorities, unlike the existing blighted areas of inner cities, which take eventually a very long time, and this happens in different parts. But this was an immediate effect of the World War II, which led to an opportunity of rebuilding the inner core or the demolished core. Now, I'll be showing some of the references for urban regeneration projects before I actually go into the subject. Now, this is another example of urban regeneration which was done in California. And this was huge in terms of its scale, because as you can see, the central green line is the boulevard. And you have the first, you have the entire stretch divided into three parts. The first one is the financial center, which is more of high-rise development, high-rise office kind of a district. And the central portion is a kind of mixed retail commercial zone. And the third portion is the regional retail district. And this entire three parts are connected with this green spine, and the periphery is connected with a transit loop. This is another example of urban regeneration. This is again London, along the Thames riverfront. Now, this is a very famous museum, Tate Museum. In fact, it was a power station earlier, and which was defunct. And there was a competition, worldwide competition called for the regeneration exercise. Herzog de Meuron Architects won the competition. So they have reused the entire building as a museum. So the building is not demolished, not any of the parts are demolished. The entire building is put to reuse with a new addition of extended glass portion, as you can see on the top. The top portion is actually an extension to the building. The bottom portion is the old building, and there is an extension behind the museum, which is connected to this as an annex. So the entire building itself becomes a art object. Now here, the whole objective was to regenerate the cultural heart of London. And to do that, building was considered as an artifact, as a display, as a museum display. And in fact, even internally also, it houses several art events. It has art galleries at each floor. Now, this is another example of regeneration. This is the TGV station area of France Lille. Here, in fact, the original function of the project area was a waste building ground adjoining the center, and there was a TGV station below. Now, the whole objective of this project was to strengthen the local economy. And that's the proposal what you see. So this, the bottom TGV station is the existing one, and this acts as a insert into that context as insert into the context to regenerate the local economy. And this project was a kind of public-private cooperation model which they have adopted as a finance mechanism. So it was not a completely public project. Now this is another example of from Glasgow. This is known as Merchant City. Again, the original function of this project was a dilapidated Victorian district. And the entire objective of this project was to reconstruct the district and strengthen the local economy. Now, in all those projects, the inner city regeneration projects, what we have seen, so those are all Western examples. And in fact, all the examples, the objective of all these examples was regenerating or strengthening the local economy. And this, now we will talk about the strategies that Indian cities have adopted. So there are these three case cities, Mumbai, Delhi and Hyderabad. The inner city renewal strategies in terms of the planning perspective that these three cities have adopted is, firstly Mumbai, which has adopted building by building repair and reconstruction strategy. Delhi has considered area-based urban renewal plan. So that means the entire area was put forth for urban renewal as a special case. And Hyderabad, again the same context of old city like Delhi, they have set up a separate development authority for its inner city regeneration. Okay. Now, why regeneration? Now, since we have, as I said that initially, now we have departed from the inner core, since we are calling it as inner city, now we also have an outer city where most of us live. And we are looking backwards towards our inner cities and associating our inner city with all kinds of issues. And this is a case, first one, Bau Bazar, Kolkata. Now, this is again a inner core area of Kolkata. Now, this is not demolished for regeneration. This image, what you are seeing, is not actually part of the demolition exercise that the local government took. But what happened was they had proposed a metro underground. And while constructing the metro line, few of the buildings got cracked and one building actually collapsed. And that is when the local authorities actually realized that this, this is causing problem to the existing household. Some of the people were evacuated from here, and some of the buildings were again put for reconstruction. So it is not just the issue of decay, but it is also the issue of other new infrastructure coming up to the cities, and how inner cities are actually responding to that new infrastructure is the upcoming challenge. And another picture on the right, what you're seeing is again from our own study area. Uh, this is one of the oldest markets of Visakhapatnam known as Kurupam market, which was donated by the Kurupam Raja to the King Edward. And slowly, during recent years, since it was not maintained properly by the local authorities and all, it actually decayed and parts of it got destructed. And now this entire area, and in fact, the market also has been degenerating over a course of time since the city has grown beyond these limits of inner city and extended its boundaries. Now the portion where this Kurupam tomb is now located is actually part of the inner core of the city, where it is degenerating in terms of activities, in terms of quality of life, in terms of connectivity to the new city, etc., etc. Okay, some of the major issues about why regeneration is necessary in the Indian context is that when I was doing my research on floor space index, I came across a very alarming statement in the Indian context that average size of the majority of houses in the urban areas are actually smaller than the minimum area recommended by the prison cell of India. And that statement actually made me to investigate more on the problems of the urban areas, particularly the problems of the urban neighborhoods in the context of cities. Now, as per that report, as per the National Sample Survey report, the average size of the Indian house in the urban area was actually found to be 39.2 square meters. And this I am talking about the urban area, not the rural area, which means each person gets about 8.6 square meter per person on an average, which is per capita space standard for our Indian cities, urban areas. And if we compare this with Manhattan, Manhattan gets about 55 square meters per person on an average. So that's the kind of disparity we have been living in our cities with as compared to our Western counterparts. Having the same extent of density. I mean, if we compare Mumbai and Manhattan, the lower Manhattan and Mumbai Sea Ward fall under the same density pattern. But they are vastly different in terms of the extent of floor space each person gets. Okay. To summarize the major inner city issues, the generic inner city issues in our context, in Indian context, is that firstly, housing and infrastructural deprivation related to age, overuse, mixed use, and maintenance. Second, environmental deprivation due to non-residential activities and traffic congestions. Now, in the context of Vizag, we have seen that port activities have engulfed the inner city. So the entire three sides of the inner core is actually surrounded by the port and sandwiched. The inner core is actually sandwiched between the port activities. The inner core has no room to expand or expand its boundary towards the coast. Initially, it was actually abutting the coast, but since the boundary is actually defined by the port activities and all, so it has no room for any physical connect between its natural environments. And on the other side, there is environmental deprivation because the port activities are causing a lot of congestion within the inner city because there are these conveyor belts which crisscross the inner core area, and there are these open coal dump yards where the industries just dump the coal. So the entire coal dust actually flies in the air and gets into the inner core area and causing serious health hazards in the inner core area. The third issue is socioeconomic deprivation from patterns of urban dynamics and increased concentration of deprived sections. And this is, in fact, a very, very generic image in our Indian cities, Indian core inner cities, that often slum redevelopment projects, slum evacuation projects, or new infill projects, which will reduce the housing problems in the inner cities, are only considered as urban renewal projects in the inner cities. And often these kind of interventions are isolated without any um, without any importance to the surroundings, without any integration with the surrounding activities, or without any comprehensive plan for a better livability of the entire inner cores. Now, even in the 12th five-year plan, now the floor space index component, why I'm talking about this is our per capita space that we get in our urban areas is actually a direct resultant of the floor space index or floor space area, floor space ratio that we are allowed to build in our plots. Because this is a physical standard that we use as which would actually help us to get an X amount of space in the urban context. And often there is a myth in the Indian cities that if we increase the floor space index, the population density is going to increase drastically, which is actually a myth because population density grows over a period of time due to migration, number of jobs, or the current population growth rate. And it cannot overnight change the city's population density. And that's the reason why we have very less FSI in the context of Indian cities as compared to any cities in the West. Now, but there was a serious mention of floor space index in the 12th five-year plan. In fact, we don't have any five-year plan after 2017 because the urban fiscal plans were stopped by 2017 because we have now Niti Aayog in place. So there's a mention that the floor space index is actually low in many Indian cities as compared to the cities in the world. That's the reason why we have low per capita space available in our cities. Now, since this is a very new topic for some of you, so I would like to give a brief introduction of floor space index. Now, this is a norm which quickly gives us how much amount of built up space we can have on a plot. So if we have 100 square meters and if we are allowed to allowed for an FSI of 2, we can build up to 200 square meters, right? And it also depends on how much ground coverage is actually allowed. So we can combine FSI with the ground coverage to get resultant height in the plot. That if suppose FSI is 2 and if we go for a coverage of 50%, then we can build up to 4 floors in a 100 square meter plot. So that's the definition of FSI. And this whole concept of FSI was adopted from the American Iron and Steel Institute publication in 1961 to create more emphasis towards fire safety. Because in the West, those days, many buildings were constructed out of combustible materials. And this would easily result in a major fire accident in cities. So that is that's the reason why the concept of floor space index was introduced by considering the road widths, the extent, the distance from the main axis to the building, the number of exits in a building, the height of the building, footprint of the building, the amount of total occupants in the building. So all these factors decided how much FSI has to be given in a certain plot. Now, we often have a assumption that higher FSI means high rise, which is not right, because FSI combinations, higher FSI can still be achieved in mid-rise buildings also. If you see these examples like Madrid, Barcelona, and Berlin, now these are all mid-rise developments. These are all urban blocks which have very similar range of FSI as compared to Manhattan or Singapore. But the only difference is that these have got a higher coverage of the plots, because these buildings are inward looking and occupy as much space available on the ground and don't go higher. It is actually close to the road, not more than 4 or 5 floors. Very similar to our courtyard typology buildings. And in this context, if you see this category, which is actually the last row of this graph, here you are actually leaving a lot of area around the plot. So eventually your footprint is smaller, so which will make you go higher and higher to achieve the FSI that is allowed on the plot. In this case, you are actually constructing around the plot and leaving very less space within the plot. So you get the same FSI as you get in a high-rise building within 6 or 7 floors. So that's the concept of FSI in terms of ground coverage and combinations of ground coverage and height. Okay. And after this concept of FSI was adopted in the American cities and all, now there was a lot of effort put after the World War to create new zoning ordinances in New York and Chicago. And New York actually focused on separate use, height, and area norms, whereas Chicago developed the norms of use and volume. And the concept of floor space ratio was then introduced in these ordinances in the 20s in the United States. And coming back to the Indian context, post-independence, there were town planning norms which were devised. There were zoning and subdivision regulations which became a part of the master plan proposals as part of the DCRs. And then later on, building bylaws were designed to ensure proper ventilation, lighting, health, and sanitation requirements of residents. Now, these are again, if you see the right portion, these are again combinations of built variations that can be derived from one FSI component. Let's say this is 3, then you have 4.5, this is 4.5, and this is 9. So you can create n number of built form variation by using the concept of floor space index in a given context. Now, I'll be talking about 2 cases as a continuation of this presentation. The first one is the Secunderabad railway station precinct, which is again a part of the not very old core like Hyderabad, but it is a inner city area of Secunderabad. And the second case is one town area, Vijayawada. Now the difference between these 2 cases is that here there was a conscious attempt made because there was this site which is just abutting the railway station, Secunderabad railway station area, where there was a existing hospital, Gandhi Hospital, which was demolished. And it was shifted. And since this pocket of land is close to the railway station, the real estate prices are actually quite high in this pocket because of the proximity to railway station and other major activities. And it's also close to the famous wholesale market, Munna market in Secunderabad. And this stretch in front of the station has lot of small budget hotels, and this mixed use nature actually extends to this street till the wholesale market. Now, the idea of showing this particular context was to understand what kind of issues this inner core has, and how do we approach uh, the process of inner city regeneration in a context like this where suddenly you have a large chunk of land which is unlocked for redevelopment and regeneration. Now, there are again these generic issues of fragmented and random build form, unintegrated open space system, disintegrated and chaotic system of linkages, uh, unawareness of historical importance and conservation, unintegrated development processes. Now, the issues in particular in this context would be congestion, commercial activity, spreading of commercial activities, haphazard commercial activities, degeneration of physical environment, uh, traffic and transportation issues, open space related issues, issues related to historicity of the buildings, and etc. etc. Now, these are the visuals which give a clear hint of the kind of uh, the urban development we have in the inner core. Now, the vision for this exercise of regeneration was to create a new public space which can sustain multiple functions, contemporary as well as evolving functions which are read out of the existing urban transformation in the urban core, inner core, and new functions which are actually the aspirations of the people and the city. Now, there was an attempt made to segregate the movement system. So, in inner regeneration, it is not just the plot that we look at, but we consider the entire context as one site and look at how they can be layered intervention made so that the entire area gets regenerated, not a certain plot, as in the case of urban renewal. Now, there was an effort to create a new identity to the place by having a new landmark in this pocket and restructuring the movement system and reintegrating the open space system in this nearby areas and induce catalytic functions which would trigger the growth for the city, trigger economic activities for the city again. Now, these are the design layers. Now, there was an LRT proposed from here, which would connect the inner core to the Hussain Sagar Lake. Because this is close to the railway station, people coming to the city for about a day or two would actually take a break and probably connect to the other parts of the city. And they may need a better connectivity of this inner core. So there was an LRT proposed to connect the inner city with the outer city. And conserving the ecology, because ecology becomes the most important layer. So we have to read what was existing as the open space system so that we retain that existing greenery and then use it as a existing layer for any kind of future development. And then assessing what footprint we can arrive leaving the green belt, leaving the ecological layer, and then developing the rest of the portions with new catalytic functions. Now, the character of this development was based on the surrounding activities and all. So here the intention was to create stimulus in the inner city, stimulate new activities, and regenerate the economy of the inner city. So that's the kind of morphological intervention that was suggested for the core, because since it is close to the railway line, so it actually responded like high density mid-rise kind of a development. So this would have eventually much higher FSI than the surrounding areas. So the higher FSI would actually support many new activities within the precinct. Now this is one town area Vijayawada. Again, this similar context. This is the inner core of Vijayawada. Now this example is not to intervene or not to do something in this context, but I have taken this as an example to demonstrate and tell that there can be a lot to understand from the inner core itself. So this was part of my research work where I tried to relate the character of development of one town with the other areas in the city which were part of the newer city, probably the extended city, where the development character was varying in terms of density, in terms of FSI, and in terms of activities. So this basically, one town was a place where the merchants and traders settled from the Marwari communities of Rajasthan and Gujarat and settled in one town and established their own business. And in this area, almost 55% area is mixed use, 40% is residential, and 5% commercial and public public uses in this study area. Now, yeah, so that's the kind of morphological structure we are talking about. So a very tight, compact area of the city, so which is often very similar to the context of other inner cities. Now, the learning from this case study was to understand whether the FSI component, which is already there existing in this inner core, has any link with the quality of life and livability or not. So, yeah. So here, if you see, 55% of the area is mixed use, and about 40% is fully residential. The activities which are very minimal were commercial and public, semi-public uses. Now, here the gross FSI is about 2.35, which is much higher than any part of the city. In fact, one town has the highest FSI as compared to any other residential part of the city. And there were these quantitative parameters calculated for one town under different uses to understand the ground coverage pattern and FSI pattern in the context. So the entire area has about 80% ground coverage and has an FSI of about 2.35. And people's perception scores were also taken to understand how they actually live in one town and what they feel about one town in terms of accessibility, safety, frequency of use, quality and maintenance of the area, and perception from various genders, and the overall score was found out from this one town area. So in fact, one town has scored maximum as compared to any other area in this Vijayawada context. The other areas, as you can see, now this is a table which shows the FSI comparative analysis. Now you can understand that the FSI of one town area is the highest among any other parts of the city. And these are the different types of buildings under each category. This FSI graph is shown. So in any of the categories, it is actually the highest in one town. Now, if we compare the perception scores of people and the qualitative parameter FSI, then we can relate that the people who are actually living in one town have scored more in terms of livability than any other area. So that means that they are actually equipped with several different activities only because they have been allowed or informally allowed to have higher built up area in their plots. Now this is a normalized values of the parameters which were compared in these in one town area as well as other parts of the city. Now here what we can find is that this blue thing is actually the inner core area, and all other colors are actually the outer part of the city. Now, in terms of gender perception, in terms of quality and maintenance, in terms of safety, in terms of accessibility, in terms of mix of uses, in terms of per capita built up space, in terms of density, actually one town scores the highest among all the areas. Now here, this study was done to understand whether FSI has any link with livability or not. Now the next stage of this study was to evaluate the quantitative and qualitative parameters by considering livability as the factor. Now, there are these two tests which were conducted. Now, t-test is usually is a statistical test which tells us whether null hypothesis is rejected, or the hypothesis was that higher FSI actually promotes higher livability. Now here, as per this research, the null hypothesis is rejected. Hence, the hypothesis that livability of an area is actually dependent on FSI is actually dependent upon the livability of an area. And on the right side, if you see, this is a formula which is derived out of the multiple regression analysis done for the inner core area as well as the outer peripheral areas. The equation is y equal to 0.018827x1 plus 0.02702x2 plus 0.27, which is a coefficient basically. Now here y is livability. Now you can decide the livability of an area of an inner core or whichever area by actually considering floor space index as one independent variable, which is x1, and other physical parameters together, which is x2, independent variables x2, and alpha is the constant or the intercept value. Now here what is happening is there is an as per this equation, now 0.188 is actually bigger than 0.02, which is used for the independent variables x2. That means the higher factor of FSI is actually contributing to higher livability of any area. Now this formula or this outcome of the research can actually tell that in any core area in the Indian cities, any inner core redevelopment or regeneration exercise, higher FSI can actually positively contribute to the inner core regeneration, because it is going to contribute higher amount of activities, it is going to contribute higher per capita space, it is going to contribute higher mix of uses, and it is going to contribute to higher densities. So that's the outcome of the research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable insights on this topic of floor space index and the inner city characters. Now, for this next lecture, due to some unavoidable circumstances, we will not be having the lecture of architect Manu Bahajan. So we are proceeding our workshop session with next section of panel discussion. And if before that, if anybody wants to ask some questions to Karthik sir, they can ask question. Till then, we'll prepare for time.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Okay, sir, I have a very small doubt. Like, apart from floor space index, is there any other tool which can actually measure the happiness or maybe the livelihood of, especially the people who are staying in inner city? They have a different, completely different lifestyle to those who are living on the periphery or new kind of development or real estate development or those kind of things in the cities. So floor space index, we know that it is very, it's sort of a very measurable thing. Okay, for inner city and like the application, that application of that, like I wanted to know that how it can be applied because the typology of houses which inner city have are very complex. And FSI is something which we can, if we can apply in a new housing development, we will clearly get the information. But for inner city, since is most of the development are incremental, which happen with time. Suppose one person wanted to build another floor, he will build it. So how does FSI can actually be applied? And is there anything apart from FSI which also can be helpful to do that?
Yeah.
Sir, so the topic was complex. I have written my question. So looking at the cities and specifically Indian cities, the way they grow, we can clearly understand that cities are purely a function of time, right? Like in inner cities have become obsolete. Why? Because I feel because of the advent of machines, the infrastructure, and primarily the way we commute nowadays. So I can sense that in the future also, the so-called outer cities which we are considering right now can also become obsolete because with the advent of artificial intelligence or possibly the drones coming in for delivery and all that. So how is it that we can speculate the further development and leave that room for adaptation for the cities in future? Basically, so the same thing which sir was saying, uh, how can we stop this? And also have what my opinion was, I read somewhere in regenerative architecture that first of all we need to confine the limits of the city in terms of its sustainability, that it can become a bit more self-sufficient, and then try doing that in blocks and then connecting the blocks the way we do with uh, so yeah, sir, I want to just know your opinions and start what sort of discussion.
Firstly, I would answer Architect Deepak's question. Yes, there are several tools other than FSI, because FSI in this context I have particularly mentioned because many cities are undergoing urban renewal, and this happens mostly in the blighted areas or decayed areas or defunct areas where the urban land gets unlocked for future development. So local authorities often usually take that as an opportunity to create a new housing stock or new economic activity, which can again bring back economic vitality for cities. While doing it, FSI is only one tool. In fact, while looking at the renewal process, local authority can also look at mixed use, the kind of mix of uses that can be generated within a certain pocket, the extent of density, the density parameter can be looked at, and also the variation in terms of the functional activities. Mix of uses can be land uses, So if it is a larger plot, it can be in terms of land, use of land. And if it is a smaller plot, the variations of activities, different activities, the size of various different activities can be looked at as potential tool for redevelopment or regeneration. And also in the regeneration exercise, community participation also becomes a tool, because you will have to eventually involve the community and find out what their aspirations are, what they need, instead of imposing any kind of alien development in the inner core, which would eventually make or force the people to evacuate due to other economic pressures or any other pressures. So it should not be imposing. And coming on to your question is that the thing is, size of the cities again is debatable. Now, I think in 50s, London had planned a large green belt around its outer periphery. So they realized that the population was increasing, so they had a huge green belt around the city, and the same model was followed by Hyderabad also. So they had a large green belt around the city to restrict the extent of development of the city as and contain the city limits. But in Hyderabad, again, the issue was that the development was allowed in the green belt by applying for change of land use. So the agricultural lands and the green belt, which were in the periphery, so people were allowed to buy those plots and apply for land use change. So city eventually expanded in terms of its size. And but then there is this whole concept of compact city, which was devised by architect Richard Rogers. There was a business district in Shanghai, which was planned in Lujiazhou district. So they were initially thought of constructing a financial district, but they called for competition, and Richard Rogers was one of the participants in the competition. So he came up with, instead of suggesting a financial district, he came up with the concept of compact city, which had demonstrated all these principles of containing the size of the city, density, mix of uses, the extent of open spaces, the kind of variety of uses it can have, variety of uses, and also variation in terms of built form, in breaking the monotony of mundane looking skyscrapers. So there are low-rise buildings and there were high-rise buildings in that concept. So as you go, it's actually abutting a river, Huangpo River in Shanghai. So the entire low development stretch was abutting the river. And as you go away from the river, the height of the buildings increased. So there was a significant variation in terms of built form parameters also. And you're saying that this transformation, regenerated cities are undergoing this regeneration. Of course, they will go through this regeneration, and that was the idea of this Jawaharlal Nehru Urban Renewal Mission, that every city would need this renewal after about 50 years. So they have government has unlocked these funds for renewal of cities. In some cities it was wisely used, but in some cities they were misused because the local authorities were in a hurry to exhaust those funds, and without assessing or without proper background study. So there were certain projects which were imposed in the cities which didn't suit the context of the cities. And in fact, there are other economic opportunities also in the inner cities, like say for example metro. In this context which we are studying in Visakhapatnam, there's a metro which is going to link the inner city area. And now that will bring a new opportunity for the city to again regenerate, because a lot of people again will try to come back to that inner core because of the metro line. So there are areas which are degenerating, and those areas can be relooked at with the plug-in infrastructure coming into the inner core of the cities. So that can become an opportunity to again strengthen the inner core. Thank you.
So we have been listening to eminent speaker deliberating in various
Taken the soil into the logo. So much you have taken. And you are not, you haven't looked at these works, nothing you have written. I request the support of Uma Adusumilli Madam also to wage a revolt against this urban design team. So my appeal or my humble suggestion for the next semester is, since you are already doing inner city regeneration, but try to emulate that through taking up Samarangam Chowk, Vijayawada, one town Samarangam Chowk. No, that was undergraduation, but now we have a more mature group of students doing their PG, and it would really give them a fair idea of what Vijayawada is, because the treasure is there. And your thesis is also on that. So you have to give a little more back to Vijayawada, take up Samarangam Chowk and suggest real-time solutions as to how, on a hypothetical basis, hypothetical context, how that Samarangam Chowk, fate of Samarangam Chowk people can be changed. At least 50% of the people who run business there, all of them used to live there. Shop on the ground floor, house on the first floor. Or shop on the front, house at the back. But because of peer pressure, getting married to elite families, so there is a pressure from the spouse that what is this, I can't bring my friends from Amsterdam and Hyderabad and Delhi and Bangalore to this place to show this is where I live. So let us shift. And there is a pressure like that and more, which is emotionally compelling in nature. And they move to Guru Nanak Colony and near Cherries and all these Mogalrajpuram posh areas. Resultantly, what remained in Samarangam Chowk is only a shop and a shop and a shop. Or what remains on the upper floors is given for rent. Since there are not many takers, there is oversupply of such type of housing. So that is the rental value of that also has come. Property value is increasing, but the rental value is decreasing. So this being the breeding ground of such a problem, I request the people responsible for the curriculum of urban design in the next semester, if they can take up, and I'll be glad to visit that exhibition that time once again. Thank you, sir.
Adding to that, I wanted to tell you one more. See, most of the places, see, whenever master plans, what we are seeing, downtown area marked and specifically mentioned for, that is a special area. It is the most complex area to address it. They mention special area and they leave it. They do the entire master plan other than that, particularly the downtown, the inner core city area. Even Delhi master plan, if you see it, 1962 to 1982 and 82 to 42, whatever the 20 years master plans they prepared, entire Shahjahanabad marked as a special area. But whereas who has to deal that special area? That's the one big question. The DDA normally prepares the master plan. And you talk more about the FIRs and whatever you are talking. Something specifically they have mentioned, this entire area is declared as a slum. Just like a Lal Doras, whatever we have seen in Delhi. But nowhere except just a couple of years back only, there is a certain intervention what we have seen in Chandni Chowk by Abhimanyu Dalal. Whatever he has prepared, he brought certain interventions and brought a lot of relief to that area. But that inner area regeneration is not a so easy task. It is a very complicated and very complex. Every time, even in planners, what we have seen, they mention it, this is to be dealt afterwards. Then when it comes to the zonal development plan stage, who has to take care about it? Whether the implementing agency of the corporations or the overall master plan agency of the development authorities. Finally, what happens is nothing is happened. It has been just left as it is. It will continue with the same FAR, whatever is there. You are talking about it. Next, somehow you cannot change. This is the transformations cannot be changed because it has to take its own way. They keep the facade as it is. And then inside what is happening, nobody knows. Even in narrow lanes, they construct, they add, they delete, they demolish, and they do a lot of things. But one point of time, even a disaster management plan they have mentioned, in case of, see, that is the space of Delhi, where everybody knows it, it comes under the earthquake seismic zone. In case, if it crosses 7 or 7.5 in the Richard scale, entire Shahjahanabad is in danger because no architect is designed, no structural expert is giving the certification to those buildings without any permissions what they are adding it, and definitely transformation is taking place because that is the trend what we see, because government is nothing to do with this because they have mentioned this is not to be the area to be touched, and something they wanted to give, no time they have given any solution to it. So even if any disaster of that nature happens, to establish the lifeline, to take the debris out, to go to the core of the city, it takes 15 days. 15 days because such a kind of a dangerous inner core cities we are having it. If that is the case, and how we have to address it? Because what our KK has raised it, you have to focus. Okay, you are talking about the FAR. It is a plot specific. When you talk about the gross density and density, it adds to the road area and as well as the parks and the other area open spaces also. That time, the kind of a livability what you wanted to work, it varies. Because if FAR definitely is going to be on the base of the infrastructure, social infrastructure or general infrastructure. That supports, in case it is going to support, then you can able to increase or decrease depending upon the availability of the resources. But whereas the gross densities, generally we have directly proportionate these densities to the FARs. But that kind of an equation one should be in a position to work out for a core areas. In a gross density, generally what we take even open spaces, even roads, and some of the other areas also. You are talking specific, plot specific ideas, then it has to be transferred to the neighborhood level so that you will be in a position to see that livability in a more appropriate way. One, what you have done is an excellent study. But whereas when you look at in a holistic way, it has to be addressed very critically, especially the core city areas, what we will expect that next year or next semester, definitely you will take it and then you address these kind of a problems.
Sure, sir. Okay.
So as we have been listening to eminent speaker deliberating in the various fields since morning, all these valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing the inner cities issues and their efficient solution. Now we are moving to our last session of this workshop as a panel discussion. To call upon stage the panelists, I'd like to call my colleague Ishita to introduce our panelists to the audience.
Thank you, Satyan. Today we have our panelists who are, first we have Mrs. Uma Adusumili, who was the former head of Regional Planning Division of Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority. Ma'am is an architect, an urban planner and a researcher as well. Next, we have architect Sanjay Tolvi, who is currently working as chief architect at RD Plan Sikandrabad and visiting faculty professor at Department of Architecture, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad, Department of Architecture and Department of Landscape Architecture, Church of South Indian Institute of Technology, and in Department of Architecture, SVCA. Further, we have architect Rahul Paul, who is a landscape urbanist at Integrated Design Bangalore. As a design team member, he has worked on several infrastructure projects on various fields of operation, urban design, environment planning, and landscape conservation. With a keen interest in academics, he is engaged in various institutes as advisor and faculty. So, I would like to call upon all our panelists on the stage and our moderator, Dr. G. Karthik, for further discussion. Thank you.
Request Dr. S. Ramesh, Professor Dr. S. Ramesh, Director, also to join the panel discussion. We have a eminent panel here. I mean, it's a mix of varied professionals in allied fields. We have Mrs. Uma Adusamilli, who is basically a housing planner. She has her specialization in housing planning and planning housing. And she was part of many planning assignments, including her role as chief urban planner, chief planner, MMRDA Mumbai. And we have architect Sanjay Torvi, who is a urban designer, and he has a specialization in conservation as well. So we have and who has a lot of experience working on urban design projects as well as conservation projects. So we have a double challenge here in the discussion. And we have architect Rahul Paul, who has done his landscape urbanism from AA London. So again, allied field, equally important. He has a specialization in landscape, and he is right now associated as a senior associate in Integrated Designs, which is a practicing firm in Bangalore. And Professor Dr. S. Ramesh sir, who is head of all of us from various professions. He has again, is an architect planner, so he's a specialization in town planning. And he also worked as chief architect MCD, Municipal Corporation Delhi. So in fact, to talk about Shahjahanabad or the Delhi context, would be the first person, because he has worked on ground realities and issues, resolving several planning issues and architectural issues in the context of Delhi and Shahjahanabad. So today we have deliberated, in fact we had various presentations, starting from Professor KT's 10-point agenda on inner city regeneration and the critical strategies which are very important for inner city regeneration. In fact, he has not left any room for us to discuss or deliberate on aspects. He has covered almost all aspects which touched all the allied fields: architecture, urban design, conservation, landscape, social issues, everything. And now, in this context of inner cities, we have been discussing the range of issues that can be dealt and resolved in inner cities, starting from housing issues, infrastructural issues, age-related issues, use-related issues, maintenance issues, environmental degradation issues, increase of non-residential activity related issues, socio-economic issues, and the complex urban dynamics that the present inner cities are going through are posing greater challenges in the days to come for the local development authorities as well as the citizens. So I would request Srimati Uma Adusamilli to throw more light on the planning strategies that could be well drawn out for a future roadmap.
I am not an expert on inner city revitalization kind of aspects. The remotest connection I have is to conservation, and that is also because as part of my portfolio in MMRDA, I was the director of Mumbai Metropolitan Region Heritage Conservation Society for a number of years. So there we were dealing with financing of a large number of conservation related projects. So my somewhat indirect connection was through that to cities and their core areas. As a planner, of course, I have a lot more connection. So I am presenting my planner's perspective a little bit. So when we think of inner city revitalization, there is an underlying principle that there's an inner city, there is an inner city, and it requires renewal and rejuvenation and revitalization. So one of the fundamental questions is which is the inner city? Many of us tend to think that the original core area from where the city grew, the organic or planned small town from which the city grew into a large entity is the inner city, but not all cities grew like that. For example, Mumbai didn't grow like that. Mumbai had many cores where activity concentration did happen. Either it was multiple activity concentration or single activity concentrations. And cities around Mumbai also showed various kinds of cores. To just give one or two examples, there is a town around Mumbai called Bhivandi, which is a textile town. It's traditionally inhabited by a lot of Telugu speaking people, in fact, weavers, initially handloom weavers, now power loom weavers. And it's a huge area of unauthorized construction. The city core strength is in its textile industry, but the structures were largely unauthorized, and it's of immense economic value to Mumbai and its surrounding region. So it's an area which now wants to transform into a legal entity. So my office was working on a marathon exercise on that. So that's the city core around Mumbai, which is unauthorized, a set of unauthorized constructions. Then we also have large slums like Dharavi, which are historic cores of the city, and they require renewal, redevelopment at times, but that's a historic core again. We have urban villages, not one, but many urban villages in many of our cities. All of them are core areas which need a little bit more conservation approach. We also have very large number of legally built old housing areas, built in 50s, 40s, 30s. They're legally termed as cessed buildings in Mumbai because at some point of time when all of them required improvements, government did not want to take up en masse improvement of all those buildings, but identified and listed them and put a small cess on them, collected small amount of money every year from them, and made that into a corpus, made that into a consolidated fund. From that fund, government started improving, undertaking repairs or reconstruction of some of those buildings. So they are called cessed buildings because the cess is applied. So there was a building to building approach in a defined area, but building to building approach. So all of them are city cores and all of them require improvement to make our cities thriving and to make those particular areas sustainable and vibrant once again. That's one aspect of what is inner city and what is inner city renewal. The other side of it is cities are no longer single core centered. Even if the city grew from one single center, Hyderabad has expanded horizontally to a large extent, but it has most cities like Hyderabad are having polycentric nature now. So cities on their own are generating huge new areas, and that huge new area is developing its own core. So there are a lot more new, many more new cores also, but these cores may not be historic. These cores may not be exactly, their nature may be not exactly similar to the historic inner city cores. However, their problems started becoming similar because they also house a large number of commercial activities. where people throng to utilize those services, and it was originally not designed for that kind of purpose. Therefore, there is blight soon, and there are traffic congestions, and because it's a commercial core now, the unauthorized construction, by way of unauthorized construction, additional construction becomes a way, and therefore congestion happens, density increases. So we are ending up in similar situation. So in a way, from planning point of view, many cores in the cities or many new areas with new cores also require revisiting and relooking at from planning point of view, and from the point of view of improving structures, relieving the densities, deconcentration of economic activities from those areas, spreading them a bit more evenly in the cities, and also from the point of view of undertaking some amount of infrastructure development or renewal or redevelopment, uh, depending on whatever is applicable. So as Dr. Karthik already explained, India looked at several ways of addressing inner city or core area issues. One was to earmark an area and try to do area level improvement of every aspect within that, with or without economic revitalization. And there were like Hyderabad kind of approach where a completely new institution was created to look at this. At one time, Hyderabad had Kuli Kutub Shah Urban Development Authority, independent of Hyderabad Urban Development Authority. Sanjay can tell us whether it exists or has it died?
Exists.
Re-established. Okay. In between, it was not functioning very well. So if the idea was, if an dedicated institution is created, it can pay a lot more attention because it's mandated specifically to address the issues of that area. As an institution, there is elected representation, probably sitting within that or nominated by the government in that institution. And thirdly, Mumbai kind of approach where buildings which require attention were being addressed through a regulatory system. The regulatory system was Maharashtra, particularly Mumbai, believes in addressing any spatial issue through an FSI kind of tool or any other regulation. So over a period of time, it's increasingly being felt amongst planners that regulations can't be the solution alone. Regulation means you are asking private sector to take this regulation as a tool or as an incentive to improve certain aspect of development, and that alone may not be sufficient over a long period of time. Government's far more direct intervention is required, is the thinking at the moment in Mumbai. And for two reasons. One is that when a building to building or just regulatory approach is introduced for area improvement, for example, even new developments like TOD, if it is only a tool in terms of regulating parking, reducing the parking requirement and increasing FSI, then you may not get any development around TOD where people living there may or may not even look at train as a means of transport. So to bring a comprehensiveness to the development that we are talking about, whether it is core area redevelopment or new developments that are concentrating around a particular activity, I think to bring comprehensiveness into the development, government's far more direct intervention is necessary. Secondly, to ensure equity. Equity that the intended benefits reach the intended beneficiaries. For that reason also we need large-scale government intervention, but we as planners are unable to convince our governments at the moment to once again turn towards larger role for government organizations to achieve benefits. So, for example, while looking at TOD in Mumbai, we were always worried that lot more deficiencies of infrastructure, particularly social infrastructure, are found in areas that are existing, and TOD is an opportunity at the appropriate location for the government and public institutions to relook at the deficiencies, and while undertaking high intensity TOD kind of developments, to also simultaneously earmark appropriate attention, earmark areas and pay appropriate attention to make good all the deficiencies that are felt within the demarcated TOD area as well as in their surrounding areas. So all of that is possible And inner city renewal kind of schemes are also far more equitably undertaken if public institutions play a larger role. This is my.
I have a very quick point. Yeah. Ma'am, and I'll pick up her point on this idea of the inner city and its definition. And for me, actually, what she makes the point of Bombay, it actually comes back to academically and maybe in the practice also is to how we actually start reading cities. More so because of the history that we have, we actually start reading cities from administrative or dynastic perspectives. You know, always that this person, for example, I'll give you a case of Bangalore, that we believe that in Bangalore that because the fort was built there, that's the old city where it started, and then everything happened from there, and that's the top of the thing. But if I actually change the perspective and I don't look at this administrative, historic, dynastic kind of history, and I look at natural history, and I look at natural history of the Deccan and the Bangalore region, one would realize that far before all this walled city and etc. came up, Bangalore was actually, and still actually is, a series of interconnected tanks and lakes and so on and so forth that starts from the top going to the bottom. You know, that's how the structure of the city is. And with that, each of them had a small settlement that was associated with each of the lake. There were a small hamlet, village, whatever, etc., which had its own ecosystem with a lake and things like that. And slowly when people came and started building, these smaller villages actually started turning into what ma'am referred to as urban villages. They got suddenly kind of consumed within each of them, and the city started to grow. So if you actually change the lens in which you want to actually perceive a city or read a city, you will see that the inner city core does not always translate into one. It does not always mean where it historically or dynastically started. It may also be how it was related to the land and who are the people who are actually inhabiting that land from before. And the reason I make this point is because they continue to be consumed by the largeness of development that happens around us. And slowly but surely, they become what we actually now are the most vulnerable communities that we're talking about. Whether it is the inner city that we define in whichever part, or these urban villages that they are particularly are the kind of vulnerable communities that are there. And vulnerability, not just financially, not just socially, but even environmentally. These are people who are very environmentally vulnerable because they don't have the time to recuperate back into normality. So I think it's very, very important that at first and foremost, one changes or tries to change the lens and read a city very differently than what has always been imposed on us. So I just wanted to extend that point before.
Thank you. In fact, my question was in the similar lines only, Rahul. Before that, before I switch over to you, I would ask Architect Sanjay Thorviji about how difficult is the choice between urban growth dynamics on one side and the pressure of conservation in the inner city.
I've been having a big disappointment right from the morning, I must tell you. And he has posed the same question to me. I was talking about the difference between urban design and conservation, right? And the slight variation that we have in conservation and urban design is what I wanted to highlight. Now, first point I would like to make here is, what is an inner city? Inner city keeps shifting all the time. You take the growth of Hyderabad, you take the growth of Vizag, you take the growth of Bangalore city, what he was talking about, all the lakes were connected, and even Hyderabad had a similar system. You had all these lakes around over which there was this development which was coming around, and then you had this one. Historically, what we see is the whole city started from Golconda in Hyderabad. From Golconda, it came to the southern part of the walled city of Hyderabad, and then it shifted towards north where we have Sikandrabad and the other areas. Now, which one do we define the inner city? That is one question I think we need to define it ourselves. Second point, ma'am was talking about all the urban development authorities, Kuli Qutub Shah Urban Development Authority, then we have this Hyderabad Airport Development Authority, then we have HMDA, which is Metropolitan Development Authority. All these authorities do exist, but they have not been able to actually define the inner city very well. You see, QQSUDA was established because there were infrastructural issues in the walled city of Hyderabad. That was the second level inner city. The first level inner city has never come into discussion. Nobody has been talking about that discussion at all, because we have a full settlement which actually overflew and came over to the walled city of Hyderabad. Now, QQSUDA, just as a note here, it was not existing, it was not functioning for some time because there was no commissioner allotted to that one. Now it is the Secretary Municipal Administration who is actually constituted a committee which has the commissioner of HMDA, commissioner of the director of DTCP, and then GHMC commissioner. All of them form one committee and they regulate all the activities. So this is as far as QQSCDA is concerned. Now the moment we talk of inner city, we are talking about, discarded society or derelict structures, all in a very bad situation. But there was at one point I wanted to disagree with Karthik sir's presentation, where he defined the inner city where poor people stay. I'm sorry to say, in the walled city of Hyderabad, it is not a very densely populated area, but it is the richest part of the city, even compared to the financial district or the new developments which are there. The main reason being, my point here is, as per the context, the definition or their financial economic status changes. We had major residents of Old City as jewelers. We had the pearl market, which was existing earlier, and it still exists. Only difference is they have their main showroom in the Old City, and then they have branches in the other parts of the city. And as per the new trends, new new concepts of planning, we talk about master plan and all that. We are talking about decongesting the central areas. Even the third level inner city that I'm talking about it's again a decongested inner city again. The Abbots area, Bashirbagh area. From there, all the main activities which defined it as a central business district has been distributed to different places, and then we have these regional centers which are coming up. I'm not talking about the pros and cons of all those concepts and all that. My point here is to understand the inner city very well. If you look at the present situation, even in Visakhapatnam, the inner city that you are mentioning, that inner city has already got shifted towards Jagdamba Center, because all the administrative seats are in those areas where you have the CBM compound, right? Am I right? Yeah. So those areas are concentrated with all the administrative activities, your business activities, everything, it has come. So this area, I don't know, you need to check on the density carefully. You need to check on the economic activities carefully. You need to check on the commercial activities carefully, because major fallback of the present inner city is on that inner city. So we need to be looking at that. And there are a lot of issues like, the new trends of development that we are talking about. The requirements have changed. Now see, wherever we go today, we would like to check immediately when you enter that place, you would like to check whether the Wi-Fi is working or not. Don't you think it is the new requirement that Wi-Fi never existed in the 18th century? So when you have these new requirements which are adding to your quality of life, livability, then all these aspects will definitely act negative and deficient in those areas. Obviously, because of certain infrastructural impossibilities, which we cannot. Like, inner city areas, if you want your fire tender to have an access, obviously you need to demolish certain structures so that you provide that access. It just doesn't happen. But we need to understand the development of the transport system from that age to the present age. What changes have happened in the transport system? And how accessibility is related to that development. Obviously, there have been changes and these changes keep happening at every given point of time. Now, what is land pooling? Land pooling is again amalgamation of plots and all that, right? No, why is it that the moment that amalgamation happens in the old city, we tend to question ourselves whether we are doing it right or wrong? You take Hyderabad's case, where we have, earlier we used to have a 30% Muslim community and then 70% Hindu community. But as the economic stability increased in that area, what happened was slowly there was this invasion of Muslim community. Please don't mind, no. I don't have any bias on any community and all that. But it is a fact which we all as architects and designers and planners, we need to understand. The family size increased, the existing property was subdivided, so the density has increased. Am I clear? With whatever properties that they owned, they have subdivided amongst the families because the family size has increased. So the number of divisions that have happened, so the density ratio has increased basically because you have more number of people staying in per unit area. So we need to understand that and maybe, give new trends. When we talk of, like, there was only one suggestion that I had given to one of the students there when you had that timeline. Instead of looking at the historical evolution, if you were to look at the settlement evolution, because of all those elements, how those settlements developed and what are the character that it generates. See, that will help you in identifying the basic core area in the inner city of that, which will help you in terms of the living styles of that period and living conditions today. Right? And as I agree with Professor Karthik's research on low-rise development and the high-rise development, the comparative statement that was made. There is in fact one research done on the footprints of a plot from St. Martin's Research Institute, Cambridge. There has been a full research done on that, which will help you in, actually working out all those details.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I also disagree with the definition of inner city which I have shown in my slide. So that was from the Oxford Cambridge dictionary that I've shown, because there is no defined definition of inner city in the Indian context that we use. to define the size or limit or the nature or the character of development that we talk about inner cities. In general terms, these inner cities are defined with everything that is negative about cities in a general context, in the Indian context. Inner cities, whenever we talk about it, so we talk about it as something which is degrading, decaying, lack of open spaces, lack of social life, lack of recreational activities. So everything that is negative, we are actually associating with the inner cities. And to define the boundary, so the first slide, so which I was talking about, so there's no defined boundary of inner city, but we have like departed from the city saying that there are two parts of the city. One is the inner city and the other, the outer city. So that we cannot clearly distinguish between what is inner city and what is the outer city. Thank you, sir. And particularly in the context of special area development, I would like Professor Dr. Ramesh, sir, to throw more light on it.
Yeah, thank you, Karthik. Spatial area development in an inner city, it is a really, like I have said to you earlier also, it is a very complex in nature. First, issue mapping is most important thing we have to make it. Either it is the infrastructure or social infrastructure or a physical infrastructure or even the congestion of roads or dilapidated buildings or blight areas or important nodes and junctions, even heritage buildings. All the things we have to make the issue mapping. You should not start any proposals initially. That is the first thing in the inner city you have to think. Because unless you are not going to do the inclusive planning approach, you have to approach to the persons, understand whether with all the incentives, whatever you wanted to give, whether they are in a position to willing to give certain land or certain buildings, so that we will be in a position to reorganize or redevelop that areas. First, initially, we don't want to do any planning exercise. First, only one thing what we do is there are n number of issues depending upon the trends of the development and even the people's perception. All items what, and depending upon the spatial planning approaches, you have to organize the community organizers. Have you heard about the community organizers? In a corporation, they used to have community organizers. They go and just give certain incentives to them in case if they are ready to give that particular plot or a building or whatever the space. First, you have to identify. These are the areas where the people are in a position to willing to give all these patches of the land. If you are having 5 square kilometers of the wall city of Shahjahanabad, you take into the consideration. But certain areas, at least you may not, even if 1 or 2 or 3% of the people are willing to give, those areas we have to mark. And then those areas, how we can able to take, and then we have to give the incentives to them, whether it may be TDRs, like transferable development rights or any other incentives. So after understanding about the things like where such land is available, because they are going to give the land to you. Land in the sense they are ready to give or demolish the dilapidated buildings or the blighted areas, whatever we have marked out. And then you actual proposal will be worked out. So we will be in a position to really fulfill this. We may not be giving the 100% justification because the way what you are seeing at the new development areas, where all issues you can able to do it more scientifically, that extent we may not be in a position to do. But whereas after plotting all the issues mapping, generally we use it to say, whether it is a social related issues or it is a spatial related issues, all the things, after understanding about it, what exactly the opportunities you have, where, in what direction you can able to develop it. Then the solution can come out more effectively. That way, if you can take it, whatever we talk, this is what we want, it can be implemented most effectively. The fruits of the proposals we will be in a position to see.
Thank you, sir. Special area, seems, very different from context to context. Particularly when Srimati Uma Adusumalli ji was talking about the Mumbai context, which is completely different from any other city in the Indian context. Because in Mumbai, at one point of time, the entire island city had devised, has a regulation of 1 FSI for the entire island city. So they had considered the major part of city itself as a special area, and that had constrained that had constrained a lot of development, which has really caused the real estate prices to go very high in the Mumbai context. And now the draft TCRs 2034 talks about fungible FSI, which is like incentivizing FSI, including TDRs, additional FSI on the same plot, FSI on the same plot, and FSI elsewhere as TDR. So since this in 96, in fact, the FSI component was severely restricted to 1.33, which had not left any room for redevelopment of blighted areas or the portions of the cities which were already decayed. So, am I right, ma'am?
It's okay.
Yeah. Now, okay, we'll go to our next panel member now in the context of recreational spaces, open spaces, particularly when we talk about decay of the inner city and all. It also means that the inner cities have decayed in terms of good recreational opportunities and good open space structure, good opportunities for people to breathe or spend some time. So, what is your viewpoint on uh, the challenges that we are facing currently regarding the recreational spaces or open spaces in inner cities?
Actually, we're facing a big problem of recreation across cities because one is, I think, somewhere down the line, recreational in our terminologies of planning and design have become very, very generic, and it's not at all, for that fact, related to any type of understanding of user and community or so on and so forth. But I'll just pull back a little bit to that question. I'll come to it. And I think one of the key things that one is looking for in whatever inner city that we're looking at, or because we understand there is vulnerability. And for me, the word is not so much renewal, regeneration, but for me, the word is more resilience. And I say the word resilience because when you use the word renewal or regeneration, you're actually using a terminology from actually looking at the city from a very top perspective. It's a authoritative, powerful mode when I'm trying to say I want to renew the city, I want to regenerate the city from a very top perspective. One has to also understand that the inner city is also somewhere that people are actually living. For them, you can call that any terminology. For them, it's their houses, it's their livelihood, it's their day-to-day living, it's so on and so forth. So when you actually look at from both, so the challenge actually lies, the way I understand, is that there are many planning level, mechanisms and tools and missions that are there and they're in place. But one also has to actually look at the bottom-up level approaches in which we can actually adapt these top-down level planning schemes or measures that are there and adapt it to the community who we are dealing with. Often this step is kind of missed. We are always constantly looking at the city from a very top-level perspective and never kind of look at the bottom-up perspective. So bottom-up perspective also helps in actually, like I think Ainsley actually pointed out, and Professor K.T. Ravindra also pointed out, is that it talks about certain other factors which are not always captured in a two-dimensional understanding or a very bird's eye view level understanding of the city, such as intangible heritages, such as, for example, stories from the ground and so on and so forth. So I think why we are, once the bottle distribution is over, I'll speak. Okay. Okay, so I'll go back to resilient because I think resilience is very important because you're trying to give that community a choice of how they can cope up and cope up mechanisms. And the cope up mechanisms are both in their, how they retain their social capital, because I think inner city cores, we should not forget that they're very, very strongly, have a very strong social capital, which means that if you start disturbing the social capital, many of these plans kind of eventually don't fall on ground because of this one particular factor. Second is that there is an obvious pressure of climate change that is looming, and we are not sitting here to say that it's not true. It'll never hit us because it's somewhere happening in the sea, and we are not concerned with it, which I think is a very wrong attitude to look at climate change, because it is real and it is happening. And people of these kind of communities, with already the pressure that they face with lack of infrastructure, lack of coping up, or lack of breathability, recreation, whatever we call it, they are extremely affected and affected quickly. And like I said before, it takes time for them to recuperate back to normal. So I think, and also why climate change is very important, because you have to realize that these are also not spaces where people are only doing one kind of work. It's also very related to their livelihood, which means that they actually stay there, they live there. Any change of temperature, for example, if you go to Dharwad, people staying in communities are actually people who are actually making you puffed rice. And they are staying in areas where the heat is so tremendous on a day-to-day basis that even a half a degree change in the climate actually affects their living. Yes, because we are human beings, we tend to adjust. But that is not a tool or an excuse we should use for not looking at these places of these so-called inner cities or so-called vulnerable communities. And it also is important because you are looking at recreation and open space not from the perspective of just recreation. It serves two purposes. One is, I think, what Professor K.T. Ravidran already pointed out, is from the ecological perspective. How are we actually dealing with the natural capacity of that land? Is it able to kind of sequester water? Is it able to kind of reduce or mitigate urban heat island effect? Is it going to reduce radiation? So on and so forth. So I think the role of the open space, while recreation is a byproduct of it, the main focus still lies on, firstly, on its ecological, capacity. Because usually what we do with land is only measure it through monetary capacity. We say, how much will the land give me revenue? But I don't understand how much the land will be giving me, say, sequester water or hold water. Can I put a value to that? Can I put a value to how much it will help me in mitigating radiation, or how much oxygen will it give it to me? None. We are always extremely concerned in planning whatever is that we put a value to land, and the value is always monetary value. And from that perspective, open space and recreation, one, on the ecological aspect, second, in the aspect of, like I said, on being able to kind of mitigate certain things. And the third, I think, especially the inner city, while recreation is a part, one has to also understand that there are this idea of urban commons that come in, which means urban commons are those spaces which are in a manner that Professor Katie also showed that they're sometimes regulated, owned by community, and also are extensions of their day-to-day practices. For example, that's where they go and kind of, dry their papad if they have to. If they go and do their laundry if they have to. They are not always looking for defined programmatic spaces like we understand in urban areas. That this is a children's park, this is only where children play. Because that is what we are doing to open spaces. We are making it as land used as building plots. We say this is for this program, this is for this program, this is for this program. Open space do not work like that. Open space works in a manner that it is able to be used, and it's just not about multifunctionality. It is able to be used for various purposes for the need of the community. And the need of the community may be dependent on livelihood, may be dependent on religious needs, and sometimes maybe even just dependent on recreation. But unless we're able to identify what the requirement of the community is, and we just sit back and say every open space needs to be a park area, every open space needs to be somewhere somebody to exercise, I think we are kind of killing the very nature of how open spaces work anywhere, especially in inner city core area. So I think one needs to take a very critical lens of how firstly we view these communities. Are we trying to build resilience? If you are trying to build resilience, what are then the quality of the open space that actually gets embedded into it? And it is not just open space. When you talk about resilience, it's also about how the next building footprint would be. What is the FSI, FAR? What is the kind of strategies we're looking at? Because cities are going to change and be dynamic, and being resilient means that we are able to adapt to those changes as we are going forward. So I think for me, the word is more resilient than regeneration or renewal, any of these two put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. In fact, we should start from the learning of the position of inner cities itself, because The choice of the site or choice of the location of the origin of the city was very carefully done. Even what Professor Katie mentioned about some of the cities along the riverfront were positioned carefully with respect to the geography of the entire region and the ecological importance of the region. And that made the cities to sustain and grow. And now, in today's context, the outer city has consumed the resources what inner city had restored. And now we are looking back at the inner cities as uh, considering that the outer cities are more progressive in terms of development, in terms of the concerns, the development issues and concerns that have to be addressed in the context of cities. But there are far more learnings that can be drawn from the inner cities themselves if we go back to the history of inner cities. Yes.
Open spaces, one interesting observation I will tell you. In most of the new development or redevelopment areas, whatever we see, certain open spaces as per standards we provide. But hardly you see people are using it because they know they have got the open space, only namesake, but usage point of view, it is not that extent what we have observed. But whereas in the old cities, like core cities, open spaces are totally nil, but they use the road as an open space very effectively. They know it very well. They are not having the open spaces. Wide roads you can observe in Vijayawada itself. In some places like old town or downtown, whatever we call, they have got wide roads. In Sundays and Saturdays, all children use it to play there, and they use the terraces more effectively. But here, some places where we design open space very effectively, centrally, geographically located, since they have got it, they don't use it. Because they are not having it, they will identify some spaces where they can able to use it for the recreational purposes. This is what we have observed. But of course, in case any possibility is there, whenever you do the mapping of these issues, wherever there is a possibility, we have to address the issue of open spaces.
Thank you, sir. So to summarize the discussion, in fact, the most important things in dealing with the inner city regeneration will be the mapping of the issues, addressing issues related to inclusive development, need for renewal, establishing the need for renewal, ensuring equity, the lens through which we need to understand and read our cities, defining the inner city, extent of inner city, and adopting a bottom level approach for intervention, uh, dealing with issues like climate change and the role of open spaces, defining our ecological capacity for future generations. Now, I would leave the floor open for questions from the audience. To any of the panel members.
Good evening, everyone. It was such an honor to hear all of your views regarding different topics. It has really helped us widen our perspective towards different inner strategies and regarding urban design. So I had a question. Since there is a lot of infrastructure growth, we are talking so much about development and everything for our urban like cities and everything. So I want to like ask your perspective about how we can take some steps toward urban flooding, since all the developments that are happening are making our cities more like hardscape oriented. But still, if we see our metropolitan cities, like in September month only, few parts of Bangalore had a massive flood. Even in Kolkata, Mumbai, we see during monsoons, there is a lot of flood happening. So how our sensitivity towards the infrastructure growth should be so that we can mitigate this problem of urban flooding. So, anyone can. Yeah, anything. Like as a landscape architect, I am actually a landscape architect student. Like I want to know about your any perspective.
You can also add. I will add the most recent flood-prone city. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please understand that I am answering as a Mumbaikar. So take it from that point of view. A number of solutions were being discussed in Mumbai, starting with there was a comprehensive stormwater drainage plan for Mumbai. There was a huge volume prepared, but it wasn't totally implemented until the great floods of 2005 happened, which kind of opened the eyes of Mumbai to the severity of the floods that happened. But after research, it was found that the floods of 2005 were more than once in 1,000 years event. So you can't plan for an event like that, even though we tried to get all studies done for that. So that flood was kept aside in any case. So, but it has opened the eyes. So what happened was based on the simulation studies thereafter, a number of measures were suggested, studies were undertaken, and actions happened to some extent. One was to study all the river fronts and what was going into the rivers and how things were coming out of the river, and what were the river widths and depths earlier and what is it now. What happened to the areas adjoining the rivers, and then what happened to the entire drainage system independent of the rivers as well. What was flowing into the sea. The solutions thereafter had certain components. One was to prepare environmental action plans along the rivers, along with hydrological studies. So they were running parallel. So rivers were deepened, widened, and the edges were restored to a great extent to the lines indicated in the original government village plans, revenue maps. So that means per river something like 25,000 families were to be rehabilitated. Their houses were demolished. They were given free housing elsewhere. This happened with one river at least called Meethi River. Then to protect that edge once again from getting encroached, a number of plans were made all along the river front to immediately construct a small road at least. One purpose is to see that it doesn't get encroached, the river bank doesn't get encroached again. Second purpose is to make the river accessible by vehicles required to desilt and maintain the quality of water, the hydrological as well as quality of water. And third purpose was to make rivers little bit enjoyable by the citizens of the city. So this was one effort that happened. Second was all the infrastructure across the rivers that was laid across the river, bridges and utility lines, etc. Their levels were raised. In some cases, it was already done while I was still there. Now I am sure the efforts are continuing. So the levels of all those were raised, and at the same time, the design of all those new constructions after they were raised were made far more flood friendly, in the sense anti-flood friendly. So there were the edge-to-edge designs were made without any intermittent elements that will impede the flow of water, and also bridges are made now perpendicular instead of being skewed. So all these kind of efforts happened. Then one of the suggestions that was made, which was being considered seriously in Mumbai, was all the major roads which are closer to the rivers be treated as alternatives to some other road system, so that during floods these roads can be spared from transportation and they can be actually transformed in a manner that act like holding ponds. They absorb the overflows of the rivers. So that was one of the ideas, but that hadn't been taken forward in a more effective manner. Someday they will. This entire stormwater drainage plan of Mumbai was revamped, and a new study was done, and there was a fact-finding committee, in fact, at the time, which looked at entire sewage system of Mumbai, water supply system, stormwater drainage system, and what were the plans, what was implemented, why it was not implemented. Then there were very comprehensive suggestions made, which were extremely seriously taken by the governments and the people. People were willing to suffer the inconveniences on the short term towards a long-term goal, but 5 years of not great floods in Mumbai has made everybody forget everything. We were back to like post-COVID situation. People were back to normal, but government continued some of those efforts. I'm sure on the long run these will improve. But in addition to these, generally as a consequence of climate change or otherwise, the change in flood patterns that is observed in most of our major cities in terms of the total amount of rainfall, intensity of rainfall, duration of rainfall, and their coincidence with tides. All of this is under studying now, and therefore it appears that there will be shifting patterns, little bit of shifting patterns, and if the patterns are going to marginally at least keep shifting, then resilience planning is something. Resilient planning is something that we may have to resort to more than disaster management, of course, or parallel to disaster management. And disaster management in Mumbai has substantially, infinitely improved after the Mumbai floods of 2005. So that disaster management system is working very well, not only against floods, but against any disaster now. So I think that manpower, bringing together manpower, alerting systems, all of that has infinitely improved. So this is the way we are trying to address in cities. I'm sure he will add more knowledge and other than
I will make some controversial statements. Firstly, I don't think you can mitigate flooding. Okay, you can adapt to urban flooding. Okay, mitigation is a much higher level thing which we cannot do anything about. It's a more adaptation policy that I presume your question is more towards, because that is under our control. So firstly, I don't think urban flooding is a phenomena that is more man-made phenomena. It's not a natural phenomena. Fluvial flooding is a natural phenomena. The issue that has happened is that we have restricted fluvial flooding. Great examples of many rivers, right? I mean, of a river, you're a landscape architect, so I'll get some landscape terminology. It has a floodplain, right? So the river is supposed to kind of swell up and swell down. That's principle number one for a river. When that does not happen, what happens? And how have we restricted that? We have made a line between a river and land, right? So that is a principle that many have spoken about, to say, how can there be a line between a river, and you can never define a line. But we have defined a line. Greatest example, Sabarmati. Okay. Why? Because they wanted extra land so that it can commercial land gain, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So once we have done that, so there is a pressure on the water to not be able to spread, but rise. Correct? That's just hydrology and things. Once it rises, it kind of spreads. The problem that happens in urban flooding is that we have designed our cities to resist the flood. You cannot resist a flood because we are a hydraulic civilization. We have been, from the very beginning, you take example of Bombay, Bangalore, Calcutta, not so much Bangalore, but in a different sense. For example, Bombay, Calcutta has great floods in early 1960s. Now it's kind of, like ma'am is saying, it's already forgotten. But what we had done was we tried to resist the water coming into a city by actually developing this phenomenal idea called stormwater drain, in which we have designed stormwater drains to quickly drain out water when it enters a city. And that is principle number one of disaster. When you want to stop or want to adapt to urban flooding, the point is not how fast you evacuate the water out. It's how fast you let the water seep. And because we have over-engineered our cities is why we are facing this problem. Because what we are trying to do is take the stormwater and drain it right into the river when it cannot move horizontally fast, but it has to go vertically down, and that is actually much more easier. So how can we do it? I think there are certain areas now, for example, it's very difficult, to be really honest, to kind of take the entire stormwater drain of a city and make it permeable, right? It's a huge infrastructural challenge. So one is to see where are those areas in the city where I can actually allow the water to come in. That depends on how do you understand natural capacity. But we don't understand natural capacity because you want to build on everything else because of XYZ reason. And looking at natural capacity is not anti-development. We always have this tussle between if you're environmentally inclined on this table, I don't want development to happen. That's not true. I am for development, but in a meaningful manner. So if we are looking at natural capacity and you allow those areas to get flooded, let the water come in. Don't resist the water on the outside and say water should not enter our city. It will never be possible. You will have to identify zones where we allow the water to come, settle so that there are certain areas which does not get affected. We are always in a low-lying area. Bombay is a low-lying area, right? It has been filled up and made into a land. Same as Calcutta, it's a deltaic area. Anything, Calcutta is actually build on land. So there are certain areas which gets flooded, and that is managed by the Kolkata wetland system, if you know, in the eastern side of the city. That's how they manage the floods that happen. So I think my answer would be that one is that whatever of the city is left, let's do a very thorough analysis from the capacity perspective to say, okay, this is where I will allow it to flood. And then once we identify that, then find out certain adaptive solutions or corrections that can be done in certain areas. Where can I make certain things permeable? I cannot make all roads permeable. I can make certain connections permeable. I can make maybe certain edges of a stormwater permeable. I can make the edges of the river more permeable. So these are strategies that you need to do, and it won't be a one-stop solution. The solution will vary. For example, now somebody will say there used to be a valley which used to take the water, but now there are encroachment. What do I do? Now, as cities or whoever we plan, we are very scared to say, what if we expand the valley and let the water come in? Correct? We will say, what will happen to those people? But unfortunately, we never think about it when we have to expand the road. Right? When we have to expand the road, we are very happy to say 20 feet will become 80 feet, I'll give them compensation. But if you have to do it to a natural valley, we are extremely painful about those people who lose their land. So we have to take certain hard decisions if you have to be flood adaptive in nature, and certain very smart decisions understanding what hydrological systems are. I think over-engineering of cities have actually caused what we are suffering today, and we have to de-engineer our cities in some manner. And that is where I think one should go. And regarding our specific question of Bangalore, where it had flooded, it should flood. Okay, those were areas where are low-lying. People have bought very well knowing that they have actually made their houses in extremely low-lying areas, trying to defeat hydrology and nature. They can pay X number of crores for it, but they cannot manage it, and so be it. I'm sorry. Yes, they are on lake beds. If you don't want to flood on lake beds,
see, this issue to be addressed in two ways. First is it terrestrial floods or return period of the high intensity floods? High intensity floods, generally we don't design. If it is a return period of some 20, 30 years, the entire city is not going to be addressed that kind of a problem. It has to be seen in a different way. If it is a normal terrestrial floods itself, is going to create a problem. Normal terrestrial rains going to create a problem. It is really a problem. We have to address it very critically. This part you have to see it from the evolution of the settlements. Most of the settlements have come on the upper lands, not like low-lying lands at all. That is the one item. If you take study of 100 small and medium towns, let us take. Don't go for the metropolitan, because it has got a like multi-level, different ways of problems. Even that is one among the problems what you are raising it. That is entirely the kind of a problem created, man-made problem created by ourselves only. But most of the small and medium towns, which takes almost 70 to 80% of the entire settlements, those things are all in the upper lands. Whenever we talk about the floods are there, as you said about, is only low-lying areas, not the core city. Evolution generally starts with the core city. Even in the core city, another issue I wanted to share it with you. Why we are not having the open spaces in the core city? Because those cities were small grown villages. Villages doesn't require open space, organized open space within the settlement itself. The moment, within 5 minutes if they walk, they can go to the fields. They can have the open space all around the particular settlement. So the city, once it started growing, it is growing in organically, not in an organized way. So all open spaces are totally missing. The core area is, if you see it, that intensity of missing of spaces is more in the core area, because the city is spreading all around in a radially. That way, in case if it is a river valley and whatever it is not radially, it is a semicircular way, that way it develops. So that's how open spaces and as well as the floods are happening. We are missing the open spaces only because of its growth. And most of these settlements, whatever we are talking about, the old city, that itself is the core of the city, it is an upper lands only. That can be addressed even still because of the load of the infrastructure and then load of population and all the things. That is designed for something else. The population is getting increased because we have to change the design. It becomes certain times inexpensive in the old cities. So that is creating the problem, but not terrestrial rains.
Hyderabad has a totally different problem. The problem is we have too many lakes and too many drains and too many nalas. And all these too many things that we have, the lakes or the nalas or any water bodies that we have, they are all fully occupied, unauthorized. So what happens to all that? Again, as he said, the volume has got reduced for it, the cross section has got reduced for it to move. So that is the biggest problem. Second problem is the high level. Wherever we have the catchment areas, those catchment areas have lost their, percolating capacities. Everything is built, everything is high rise, everything is concreted. So what would happen? It has to flow through that this one. Another point, but there are. Let me not be very negative about Hyderabad. We have become a little more positive. We are developing all these lakes and protecting them as much as possible. We are excavating all the step wells and the wells which existed all around the metropolitan region of Hyderabad, which is helping us in reducing the water problem, the deficiency that we always had, and trying to handle the flooding parts as well. So it is actually very positive both in terms of surface drainage and conservation also. So we are quite happy about that. So we need to take steps like that. Thank you.
I just like to add a few more points. I think I'll go back to the previous discussion that we had. In fact, inner cities themselves have very carefully positioned them in the context of the city region, considering the flooding profile of the region, considering what is beneficial for the future. So the entire ecological footprint was once conserved. And only when the city had expanded, we had occupied and we had encroached the permeable lands in case of urban flooding and all. And the whole concept of the compact city is a great learning from our past cities themselves, which have lesser footprint, compact, dense, and conserves the ecological reserves very carefully, so that in the event of flooding, so the cities are not engulfed in the overflowing rivers or during the flooding of the region. And hence, that's the reason why they are very carefully delineated with a kind of extent. So that's the learning which we can carry forward in the future development of our cities. Thank you. Yes, any more questions?
No more flooding. Flood containment in the.
So, thank you very much to the entire panel, Srimati Uma Adusumalli, Madam, Architect Rahul Paul, Architect Sanjay Toriji, Professor Dr. S. Ramesh sir, And thank you to all the students. I think we had a very engaging sessions from the morning and also during this panel discussion. Thank you all. Satyam, yeah, just please continue with the session.
So I would like to thank all the dignitaries for giving their expert suggestions and sharing their thoughts related to the inner core of the city. It was indeed an eye-opening session for all of us. I'm sure we all will learn something from their insights. Now I would like to call our program coordinator, Dr. G. Karthik sir, for the concluding remarks. Sir. I'd like to call Deepak sir on the stage for concluding remarks, sir.
Good evening. So after this panel discussion, I was thinking that morning Karthik sir told me that he's prepared for concluding remarks. So I was making notes of what each speaker was writing, telling us. But after this, I don't think we need a separate concluding remark as such, because we had a very fruitful and intense discussion. We started with Professor Abhijit, who talked about JNURM, Amrut and Hriday, all the government scheme, their implication. So I have to refer to the notes first. Give me a second, or I don't want to miss out. Then we had KT sir, who actually talked holistically, comprehensively, and almost quoted all the points related with the importance of accurate documentation. If you are going to study a inner city, how documentation is very important, inch by inch, mm by mm, and there is no substitute which can be done based on alternate to hands-on documentation. We also talked about the natural system and the units of urban intervention which should be done, and about the robust network of the relationship which is there in the inner city. Then there are distinct normatic bylaws which we should consider for any inner city regeneration or redevelopment. Then he also discussed and focused about the visual field, the streetscape, the character of the inner city which we should respect on. Then the intangible heritage and the sort of the balance, the duality between the natural and the built heritage which the inner cities have. And he gave examples of Kasi and how the adaptive reuse should be done. And usually in inner city, one very important thing which he mentioned was that there is always a balance between the live and work. People who work there and they themselves, they have their shops and they live at the same place. So this, while any proposal related with urban design, if you're giving for inner city, we shouldn't be disturbing all that. And then we had Professor Ansley Lewis, who took example of Krivya and Mumbai, and whose initial questions were, what is urban? And from that time onwards, there was a definition of inner city, which every of the speaker, even the panel also have tried to define. So he gave examples of Mahim, Dharavi, Milllands, Art Deco heritage site, and still the question is still remain that does the city have only single inner city, or it has a multiple inner city, or the inner city itself is changing with time. So what the inner city was before 50 years, is it the same situation now, or it has changed? Then after Andrew Lewis sir, we have Dr. G. Karthik, who talked about few of the measuring tools like floor space index and other tools which can be used for urban renewal and urban regeneration, he compared with various examples between the Western case studies and Indian case studies of Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, that why regeneration should be done. Give an example of Bhau Bazar, Kolkata, and Kurpam Market, Vizag. And in the panel discussion, obviously it was just finished. So if we talk about only the key points of what the entire day was about, so there can't be a general and a common definition of inner city. That is clear, at least from my side. You cannot define it. It is very contextual. It will differ from cities to cities. This is clear. The second is the study documentation of any urban renewal regeneration of any project is extremely complex. It's not an easy task. So if any one of us got the responsibility to do it, we have to do it very extensively and very accurately. The third is the importance of inner cities are beyond the physical form of the only what is seen, only the built form. It is lot of intangible things which are there, which we should also consider. So I hope to have more of such kind of sessions and studios, especially in urban design program, where we'll be investigating the inner city score. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Srinivas, Assistant Professor SPA Vijayawada, to come up on stage for the vote of thanks.
So the last horizontal row is my name, so I was waiting for that. So the thing is, because I was placed here, I had to sit in the most of the sessions, and thanks to that, because all the sessions were very interesting. So I would like to formally declare vote of thanks. So I'd like to start with our chief guest, Professor Abhijit Shirodkar, for coming and gracing the event. Thank you, sir. And then the most important important person whom we have to thank is Dr. Ramesh sir, director, and who has actually given a platform and quick permissions and all to conduct this kind of events, and hope that, I mean, the amount of freedom which we have, because with the initial discussions and all, so we could easily organize this, and it's not that easy to organize this event within short amount of time. Thank you, sir, for giving us permission and also making this event quickly. I'd like to thank Professor K.T. Ravindran, sir. So we know him when I was also studying in SPA Delhi. And thanks to Mr. Architect Ainsley Lewis, he was also my friend, and we have done few projects together, like even Ramesh sir was also part of it. And Mr. Professor Manu Mahajan, who could not join the session due to some reasons. And then Madam Uma Marsumilli, thank you, ma'am. Sanjay Tori, sir, who was also my teacher. Rahul Paul, Hang and Dynamic. Then I would like to tell just few words about G. Karthik, who was very passionate about forming urban design department. I think his blood, urban design flows in his blood always. He always used to say, I want to start urban design. And I have occasions where I've closely worked with him in some conferences and most of the, some of the activities which were assigned to us. So if there is an assignment which we have to do, so the most important aspect is I was very happy to see a huge model after a long time after COVID in the campus. So I think all the students of urban design have to, they need a big applause for that. So you've done a tremendous job. So I think that's not an easy job with a short amount of time which you had. So the most important aspect is the IT team, the person who is sitting here. So all the other person who are, so they need to be thanked, because without them, so now initially it was online, then it was offline. Now this hybrid mode has come, which is difficult for them. So then the echo starts coming, I can't hear, we can't hear. So sometimes the images won't be clear. So all this comes into picture. So this IT is a department which always help us. Last person who's sitting there. So the electrical department, so whether all the lights are working or mics are working and all. And the housekeeping people who are always there cleaning everything and trying to serve tea, coffee because we are late and we cannot break for the tea. So I think these are the most important people whom we have to thank, and let's take back all the lessons, learnings from whatever we have learned today, and let's take it forward in future, and let's have more and more workshops, sir, this kind of workshops with more number of eminent people who will be joining SPAV, and let's take it forward, and let's whatever learnings, let's take it to the grassroots levels at every point of time. And hats off to all the urban design team again, once again, and you have done a great job. All the best.
I request everyone to just come on dais for a quick photo. No, everyone in the hall. Yes, ma'am, students also. Ah.